स्टार्ट कर दिया स्टार्ट सर। हाँ जी। Anybody else?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. I will not take to more time because we are all looking forward to hearing from you. But I will say this. In an earlier avatar, I was teaching sociology of development. So while working through the syllabus and looking at one of the syllabuses you had shared with Divya, it was really exciting to go back to theoretical perspectives of development. So I'm very excited to hear your feedback and what you all think about how to think through these courses, etc. So although they call me a moderator, my job is also to be a policeman of time. So we have 15 minutes per panelist. So when we reach 5 minutes, I will show a paper, and then at 2 minutes, I'll show another paper. So just to keep that in mind. So to start off with, I'd like to invite Professor Tilak Kumar. Tilak Kumar is Assistant Professor in Sociology at the Department of Sociology, Delhi School of Economics. His research interests include history and sociology of Dalit movements, sociology of India, subaltern studies, sociology of poverty, development, and democracy. So do I invite everybody, or we can start one by one? Yeah, yeah, please.
Very good morning to everybody. Am I audible? Yeah. I must congratulate, of course, the ideas and the team, particularly for the initiation, even if it is in the first stage, offering a course, in fact, two courses, I suppose, one in terms of the development studies, which will be an online mode, and the second in terms of the practice, in terms of, and I was just going through the video of Professor Dipan Sumohan, the Dean of the Ideas, welcoming, of course, the new recruits to the course and the kind of challenges on the one hand, and also the opportunities that could be considered in terms of two major focus of our engagement. And one can say that this is also something that trying to put development in the center of our discourses in time of ours is something which is as challenging as opening up opportunities. Probably this is high time that we talk about, we discuss, debate, and also deliberate upon development, given that development has for quite some time been taken for granted. It has not been either interrogated, analyzed, or for that matter, interpreted the way it unfolded subsequently. Given that we are talking about how development has been essentialized, not only in the discourse of development, we begin with, of course, the historical moorings coming from the number of baggage that we talk about development economics, and probably you all are already familiar with the kind of discourses offered within the development economics. But that is, on the one hand, we are talking about one of the axes, which could also have its golden period, golden age of development economics. And there have been a number of points of departure within development economics. And needless to say that, as Professor Mohan was also trying to say, in terms of the expansion and the extension within the domain of development economics. So I come from Delhi School of Economics, and we do have a center for development economics. And needless to say that this has been since 90s, early 90s, and again, having a wider actually coverage, both in terms of the team, the advisors, not excluding, one can say, Professor Amartya Sen, or for that matter, Professor Manmohan Singh, John Drees. So we do have already a legacy that we talk about development economics in our own university system. Needless also to say that there have been already a number of centers and institutes dedicated to development studies, both in the, if you say, global north and global south. Although these blanket categories are no more actually useful, there are already a number of pointers suggesting that we need to do away with this conceptualization of either the geographic expression, the global north, and the dividing line between the south, or for that matter, when you're talking about the three worlds, the first world, the second world, and the third world. These are already contested categories we probably need to talk about within the kind of curriculum that we are trying to build on subsequently. So I must actually congratulate in terms of offering these two courses as one of the focus of taking development to interdisciplinary engagements, not merely within the mainstream discourses, and aligning more so in terms of, say, development economics in particular, but also mainstream economics. Because when you're talking about many of the critics with regard to the mainstream and dominant discourses of development came through, have also been offered by economists per se. I suppose if you think of somebody like Amartya Sen, development as freedom, everybody may be well aware of, but he's also one who rarely thinks of development in a very non-economistic understanding and widening the horizon of development discourse, and more so in terms of philosophical moorings, whether we talk about welfare economics or development as freedom. Or for that matter, if you go back quite early on, whether we think about one of the pioneering institute, and I suppose everybody may be familiar with IDEA Sussex, Institute of Development Studies Sussex, and Professor Dudley Sears, if you talk about, he comes to look at, I suppose maybe the history conference that Manchester had in 1964, talking about the life, course, and also the depth of development economics, or for that matter, the limitations of the special case, given that the kind of theorization, the conceptualization, or the designs and models of development that have been offered by economists in general and also social scientists at large are not applicable in toto to the specificity of the, either we talk about third world countries or the non-Western world. So there is, on the one hand, a sense of the conceptualization of development, theorization of development, and that is how we talk about essentialization in one particular way. But probably that is one of the axes to think through. So when we're trying to build on a course on development theory or for matter development studies or development practice, I suppose there are at least 5 axes that one can think of. One is the historical moorings, including little philosophical mooring that we should have to think of development in terms of the desirability for development and also the possibility of development. I suppose if you think of the conceptualization of development, there's a longer and deeper history. One can go back to, I don't know whether anybody is familiar with, but Goethe's Faust. Goethe's Faust, German playwright and novelist, of course, we talk about development being desirable and development being possible, and taking cue from the era we talk about Renaissance, Enlightenment. So it is not that man is only a creation, but also a creator. So man can make changes in the life and the world that we are talking about. So there is already a philosophical mooring that one can begin with. However, when you're talking about development in practice, development in theories, or for that matter, the kind of methodological underpinning and the ideological underpinning that have really widened in the meantime are so varied. So one of the basic thrust of our engagement should be to look at, rather than an essentialized understanding of development or a monolithic understanding of development, to a more varied, or for that matter, the dynamics of discourses within development thinking, development studies, or for that matter, the kind of conceptualization that we talk about, what probably Professor Dibyagota was trying to say, that for quite some time, development was equated or rather reduced to mere economic development, and the rate of growth would be something to talk about measuring development as an indicator or yardstick. So even if it is very, very fundamental to think of development, development as an idea has really widened so much that there are contestations within the development economics. There are already a number of axes to think about. So if you think of the historical mooring of development as a concept, development as a phenomena, one can begin with, of course, the economistic understanding of development. That is only one of the elements that we can begin with. That could be an ideal entry point to think through. But there are also, I suppose, in economics, we talk about the death of development economics also. That of developing economics and poverty of developing economics. Deepak Lal already has a very classic work called Poverty of Developing Economics. So also Douglas C.S. goes on to talk about the limitations, the inadequacies of the conceptualization and theorization of development that had offered, particularly from the vantage point of economists and more so developing economics. When we talk about the dynamics, both in conceptualization and theorization, probably the other could be in terms of rethinking development, whether we talk about the contestation by Maurice de Maurice. I suppose, I don't know whether you are familiar with, but Maurice de Maurice talks about physical quality of life index, and he also begins to look at the inadequacy of GNP-ism. GNP-ism revolving around GNP, GDP, including whether we talk about national income or at best the per capita head, So we talk about the inadequacy of these indicators and measurement of development. And he goes on to say that if you talk about the rank of different countries, 150 countries, he talks about a comparative study and shows that when we measure the rank of a country in terms of GNP per capita as against the PQLI, there are asymmetries, asymmetrical relationships. So even if a country has a higher GNP, it need not be having a higher PQLI or vice versa. Or for that matter, when you're talking about these ideas of development as a process, and needless to say that rather than the input, there are ideas of development which are revolving around only input. So how much has been spent on development sectors? But I suppose if you talk about somebody like Douglas Sears, who was also the first director for the systematic exploration of development studies at Sussex, going on to say that it may be interesting to look at what is happening too in terms of the output rather than the input. So whether we are considering to what extent the poverty has been declining, how unemployment has been declining, or for that matter, literacy rate is going up. And therefore, if you think about whether Maurice de Maurice, Douglas years, they talk about including the basic needs approach. So 1970s, when you're talking about the idea of development really became a very, very contested one. So countercurrents to the discourse of development were offered, particularly with the Kokyak Declaration 74 and others. Okay, yeah, so needless to say that when you're talking about another major point of departure with Schumacher, small is beautiful. And it is just to say that when you're talking about the subtitle, it is something to take note of and maybe underline, that it is not merely in terms of the material things, goods and services, which is the major area of development, but what has been happening to the people. So it is a study of what is happening to people rather than to things or the materials. Or for that matter, subsequently we talk about Human Development Index, human approach to development, or development with human face. Or subsequently we talk about the Millennium Declaration, Millennium Development Goals, as a composite index, not including one or the other, but 8-point agenda. And subsequently, we talk about the Sustainable Development Goals with 17-point agenda. So one can say that this idea of development, not in terms of merely economic development or economic growth, is something that we need to take note of and underline, how it has proliferated over the period. So also in terms of theorization, whether we talk about there are grand theories of development, modernization, and needless to say that if you talk about somebody like Rostow, 1950, it was very, very predominant and popular, going on to suggest that everybody, every society will go through a unilinear process. It has to follow the 5 different stages from the traditional stage and going through different stages, ultimately will be maturing as a modern and developed country. He also gives about the timelines, but this is not merely. Probably we talk about the Latin American critical school coming from the ECLA, Economic Commission for Latin America, offering dependency theories, suggesting that it was not in terms of sequential, that one country which is underdeveloped today will subsequently be developing. Rather, it is a parallel process which talk about development of a particular country and the underdevelopment of another country. So we talk about core and peripheries, we talk about dependent development and underdevelopment, or for that matter, the world system theory, Wallenstein talks about. So when we're talking about theorization of development, from the earliest of development economics to modernization theories, or for that matter, dependency school of thought, the world system theory, or for that matter, we're talking now of the alternative theories, rethinking development, Or by the late 1980s and 90s, we talk about post-development thinking. Development disasters were already there, both in the developed north and also in the underdeveloped south. Whether we talk about the Bhopal gas disaster of 84, if we talk about it, was one of the largest industrial disaster in the name of development, or for that matter, Chernobyl and others. So development, rather than resolving the problem, they were creating new problems. And therefore, development was to be done away with. There was an impasse in development studies. So the dead end, when you talk about development thinking, development studies, is something to be taken note of. So what I would suggest in terms of the development of the curriculum is to bring about these dynamics, the discourses, and also the dilemmas. These are more in terms of the debates rather than offering a kind of essentialized understanding of development from our own vantage point. So it should be, even if we talk about the little historical and philosophical mooring, probably this is something which may be taken note of in terms of how to do development research. Probably this session will be looking at the idea of quantitative and qualitative, including the field work, but this is much more. So of course there are experts in the area, they will be contributing in their own ways. But on a hindsight, one can suggest that when you're talking about the ethics of development, ethical considerations should be there, both in terms of not merely teaching of a particular paper, whether we talk about the 2-year courses, but when you are talking about the field work, field-based research, and also the alignment in terms of the theoretical, conceptual, and also the methodological rigor that we must actually bring about. So my consideration would be to enlarge the scope of development well beyond the dominant and the popular discourses, rather than to limit to our understanding, which is very, very popular, but probably there are different ways and stakeholders of development, both in terms of development beneficiaries, development planners, policymakers, development thinkers, development philosophers. They all have been engaging with, and more in terms of contestations. So there are contestations, negotiations, including rejections. So if you talk about, say, for instance, modernization theory and dependency theories, when one of the proponents of dependency theory, Andre Gunnar Frank, died, the obituary offered by Jan Nedavin Peters suggests that it was paradigm breaking while paradigm making. So it is more in terms of the contestation, negotiation, including rejection, outrightly rejecting the sequence, cell analysis, the unilinear theory of development and modernization. So we should be at least offering on the table a bouquet of courses which should begin with the historical mooring, little philosophical mooring in terms of the desirability of development, including, I suppose you may be familiar with the evolutionist, social Darwinist, and for that matter, the embryonic idea of development, ontogenetic idea of development, to more so the social understanding, and more so, I would say, sociological understanding of development, and so much so that now we move from the economic indicators to development in a very specific and limited sense, but also the cultural turn in development studies. So post-colonialism, if you look at post-modernism, post-structuralism, they really also open up newer avenues to rethink about development. And probably, yeah. So maybe just to conclude that I have been offering a course for master's students for quite some time. And if you need, of course, I can share with you all the kind of readings and, that I have been offering. And I would be more than happy to come out with my ideas at any point if you feel like it is worth and So I must congratulate once again the organizers, the team, and really look forward to these two different courses. And of course, the significance of such a course is hardly to be explained. So with this, I conclude.
Thank So we are hoping to take questions at the end with everyone, if that's okay. Thank you so much, Professor Tilakmar, particularly reminding us about the need to not think about development as a monolith, both theoretically and also this idea of, internationally in terms of geography as well. So thank you so much. Next, we'd like to invite Professor Deepa Sinha. Hope she's online. Yes. Professor Deepa Sinha is currently an independent researcher and visiting professor with Azim Premji University, Bangalore. Previously, she taught at the School of Liberal Studies in Ambedkar University in Delhi. She has worked on issues related to food rights, nutrition, and public health. And I've also drawn a lot on your work, so thank you so much. So once again, 15 minutes, and yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Preeti, and thank you, Deepanshu, for inviting me here. I'm really sorry I couldn't be there in person with you in the campus. And it's always exciting to have, I think, more discussion and more courses around issues of development, because we do need more sensitive young people out there to work on this and to ask the right questions. I sort of agree with whatever's been spoken so far and going ahead in that direction. I thought I'll just lay out a few things that I feel should be part of a development practice course or development studies. Before getting into that, also in terms of the broad approach, like everybody has been speaking already, it's quite important and it's well understood now also that development studies by nature is an interdisciplinary area, and the dominance of economics on this is something that seriously needs to be challenged, and it has caused a lot of damage to the area of development, as the other speakers have been saying as well. Along with the interdisciplinarity, I think what is also important is very context-specific kind of learning, particularly given that we are located in a country like India, where I mean, we have, if even though we don't get into a monolithic understanding of development, but in some idea of global rankings or where we stand or the kind of issues that the country faces, we have all of that here. And so not to only borrow from existing kind of courses. I think it's a big advantage to be studying development studies located in India compared to, say, located in Sussex or in Kennedy School in Harvard or anywhere else. And we have to, if we look at it that way, then how would we design our courses consciously is something, again, that I think we should think about. So our students just have to step out of even Taj Mansingh to get an idea of what they're studying and how do we use that. So related to that field-based learning, it's there in your note. You guys have already said that that is what you would like to do. Just I wanted to add again another line there, that while we keep talking about the urban bias in development, actually one sees that in terms of development interventions, there is a certain rural bias as well, at least in terms of design, in terms of understanding issues of poverty, in terms of understanding issues of structural change, which is quite important given that 2/3 of the country and most part of the developing world is still quite rural. But at the same time, I think the issues of urban development is becoming quite challenging. And also, again, in the Indian context, particularly COVID, post-COVID, it's become quite obvious as well that we don't really understand the urban enough. And that a lot of development work or development practice needs to happen in urban areas as well. So when you're thinking about field-based learning, I thought I should mention that taking the urban into account and taking again the advantage of being located not just in India, but now that you're located in Delhi, do we understand Delhi as a city? And how much do we understand it, at least for the in-person students? In all of this, two things as broad approaches, I think we again, it's already there, but just to keep in mind and be conscious is one is the entire decolonization of the discipline itself. So what are the readings that we are looking at? What are there is discussion in much of this within coming out from the global south as well. How much are we incorporating that and understanding and giving students also this critique as well, that it has been quite Western centric and it has been from the viewpoint of those outside, saying, and this relates to the vision of development itself, that some countries have progressed and how do you bring others there? And so those who have progressed will tell us how we can reach their kind of approach that has been there, to critique that as well. And a strong component, I think Professor Tilla also mentioned it, of ethics and human rights underlying whatever we do and would be important. Within that, I think, like Professor Tilla said, I do think that history is quite important. Historical context. I was teaching development economics, not development studies or practice, but development economics to both undergraduate as well as postgraduate students at Ambedkar University. And you do see that, and of course, so therefore, experience is limited in the sense that all my students in the classroom came from an economics background. In the MA program and in the BA, of course, they came from school. But the historical understanding is quite poor, even in terms of just basic even ideas of colonialism, what that did, what it meant. Why is the world, say, even in terms of income distribution, why is it distributed? Why do you see the patterns that you see today? Or even understanding economic systems, what was feudalism, what is capitalism, even these things which are currently absent, and partly also because, at least in economics, that in the mainstream now economics curriculum at the undergraduate level, economic history has been completely done away with. It is only an elective course which is not offered in most colleges, and even where it is, it's rare that students would be taking courses in either political economy or economic history. So and of course, your classrooms would be more diverse in the sense that I would assume that there will be students coming from diverse backgrounds. But with the kind of specialization that we have seen and the way CBSE has emerged over the years, the students don't come with very much of a broad perspective of what the world is. So I think giving a general historical context and along with that, a historical understanding also of how these disciplines emerged, particularly development economics, and that would then relate to everything else that has been talked about. And of course, the other issue, which is quite important, which Professor Tilla spoke about, Dipanshu, Divya, all of you have been talking about, is the whole issue of what is development itself. And I think that, again, is definitely worth an issue spending a lot of time on. There is a lot of literature. There are different ways in which development has been looked at. Yes, it has been economic centric and growth focused, but there is so much of a critique now, right, from say at least the mid-70s on looking at development like this. So giving a strong grounding to the capability approach, let's say, would be it's one approach I have a bias towards, which I think also looks at development as a process because it's talking about expansion of freedoms and not one goal that you reach and then it stops there. But there are other ways of looking at it as well. But this discussion linked to then measures, particularly when it comes to development practice, I think, because finally, when the students go out there and whatever jobs that they're doing, they're also looking for, okay, how do I use this? So if you're saying that it is not GDP, then what is it? Is much more complicated. It is a process. It is difficult. It is not monolithic. But at the same time, it is also not only the sustainable development goals. So a discussion on the measures as well, that while we have expanded measures on the basis of these theoretical understandings, the limitations of those measures, I think, is also an important discussion. Having said that, I mean, and so there are all these issues with economics and the way economics has looked at development. We've already discussed how it's done a lot of damage, but at the same time, I would like to make a case for development economics to be strongly there as part of the basic curriculum for any student, for development studies or development practice, irrespective of what background they come from. So in AUD also, we have a development studies master's, and we did have an elective in development economics, but what we saw was often it was students with an economics background only who opted for the development economics course. I think what is even more important is to expose development economics ideas to the non-economic students as well. And why I'm saying this is that while we have this critique, there is also this dominance of the discipline of economics, which kind of keeps out everybody else. And it's sad, but that's the way economics has emerged as this very specialized scientific discipline that nobody can understand. So I think demystifying economics through a development economics course for all students is quite essential. And therefore, it should not end at just a critique of the narrow view of development as being growth, but actually understanding the mechanisms of growth itself and the way growth has been happening and how does that relate to development. And that is what development economics is for me. Although currently development economics courses, again, across the world, particularly in the West, is largely focused on evaluation methods, randomized control trials, causal analysis. So I'm not talking about that kind of development economics, but what used to be traditionally taught, I think many years ago, or what we learned as students, where it was not even called development economics, but we learned it as part of political economy or part of macroeconomics. But just understanding this process of growth, and that it is not just anti-GDP, but also that it is the nature of growth. There is no, just as development is not monolithic, growth is not monolithic either. There have been different growth pathways. What that means in relation to everything else that we are speaking about, I think a little bit of exposure to that is necessary. The example, the anecdote one of you gave, Divya Preeti, about the student asking that if we reduce inequality, would growth reduce, and what does that mean? I think is a question that this course should help students answer, not just those who come from an economics background. So topics like inequality and development, inequality and growth, structural transformation. So what do we mean? Rural to urban, agriculture, industry. You know, these sometimes we brush them off by just critiquing them, saying that they're very monolithic and there's this like path of progress and so on. But actually, what is it? Are there still challenges? Employment generation, for instance, continues to be a huge challenge. So just saying that these topics should be included in development economics in a way in which economics itself is demystified and as something that students are able to understand, because this is the broader context in which they will be working in whatever roles that they are working. So issues like globalization, trade, broader political economy is something that they must have a view towards. In that, I think also there are exciting alternate visions that are being discussed and some way to incorporate that into the curriculum. I'll just mention two. One is from the whole space of feminist economics, the understanding of care, the role care as an economic agenda has been developing quite a bit. It's of course not an entirely new idea, but over the last decade, there is a lot of discussion, not just in the global south, but across the world, on looking at care as an economic agenda. And then what does that mean? So it's a completely overturning this whole idea of productive, reproductive, and then GDP being reflecting the productive economy. The other is coming from people working on climate change and the environment, which is a whole debate around degrowth and the donut economy and so on. So that's another kind of challenge to growth. So that's another area I think can be included. Of course, not to say, therefore, that make it development economics dominant, just to say that that should be part of the curriculum as well and not throw it away entirely, but definitely centering around rights, democracy. These are the values that students need to go out with. And if we think about expanding rights, expanding freedoms, then what would development economics look like as well? Gender, I think social exclusion, inclusion, and issues of identity have become very important. So we need to think about how that is brought in. And also overall, I think, particularly for the development practice students and orientation on the whole issue of aid, foreign aid, domestic aid, this whole thing of course, the role of donors and so on also needs to be brought in. I think I have 2 minutes, so quickly add a few points that I thought should also, particularly from the practice point of view, should be kind of included. Also, because this practice is a one-year course, with some who might go on to do 2 years, is one. Of course, have also been trying to think about how is development practice different from development studies. Of studies probably has a more theoretical research kind of orientation, where practice you're trying to give them a quick understanding and send them out there. Uh, but therefore, for practice, it needs to be outlined, but are very important again is one is the data analysis and visualization. Just as we need to demystify economics, I feel we need to demystify pie charts and bar charts and make everybody feel like they can all make them. It's not rocket science. Introduction to data systems in India. So just like what are the kinds of data available? What is it that you can use? NSS, NFHS, PLFS, census, there's a whole, and trying to understand how do you read public data? How do you, not everybody needs to know a data or an R. All these surveys, everything, that all the data that's collected comes up with thousands of pages of reports. So how do you read data? How do you read policy documents? How do you read budgets? Demystifying all of this as well. Research methods, again, it's there in the course. I think that's very important. Basic research methods, not again evaluation methods, which is different now, not trials and causal kind of stuff, but even just basic research. How do you learn as you go along? How do you get feedback from the field if you're working at that level in some sort of a systematic manner so that you're not biased? Last two things in this list of my practice thing is one is I think there also needs to be a discussion on then the role of a practitioner, not just of aid and where the money is coming from and what the interests there are, but the whole positionality of being a development worker coming from an elite background. What does that mean and what is your role in the community? And in that discussion, then bring in the macro of the role of the state and the civil society and the relation. I think this is also kind of essential. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Deepa Sinha, and I hope you'll stay till the end as we wait for the question answer session at the end. I also was told to inform you all that there is some tea outside if you are interested. But just reflecting on what Professor Sinha was saying, there was a lot to think about on development economics as well. But I was also particularly interested in this idea of the rural bias in interventions, but especially in the context of Haryana, where does rural and urban, end is a very important question that we might need to think in the course. So thank you so much. Next, I'd like to invite Professor Denise Leighton. Professor Leighton is a professor and dean in the Jindal School of Languages and Literature here at OP Jindal Global University. He has taught and researched in several areas of history, political theory, European studies, and global studies. I welcome you.
Good morning, everybody. It's still morning, I guess, on Sunday morning. I'm happy to be here, and I will try my best to contribute something new to what has already been said, perhaps in the way of maybe reworking to a certain extent or adding a couple of things. Thank you to Dipanshu and Divya for inviting me to participate in this. They were too generous. Divya, I think when she met me to have a brief conversation, maybe back in October or something, she must have discovered within about 27 seconds that I probably couldn't contribute very much to this program, or maybe it was even 14 seconds. But we had a nice chat nevertheless, and I shared some of my thoughts and limited experiences about well, my involvement with programs in other universities, academic programs in development studies and development practice. I'm very happy to follow here my former colleague Deepa Sinha, who, just as I expected, added a very sensible, interesting blend of practical observations as well as theoretical reflections about what development practices should be, or what it might be and how to conduct it. My previous speakers have already, and Dipanshu himself have already pointed out a certain delicious irony in the fact that if this program is conducted off of this campus, it's probably going to be at the Taj Mansingh Hotel in Delhi. I wouldn't call it a disaster of development, but a certain delicious irony in that. A couple of people have already pointed out, I think very usefully, that within development studies and even effective, or shall we say, targeted development interventions in India, there does happen to be a kind of research and practice bias towards the rural, which of course is easily justifiable, given that 2/3 of the population of the country is still technically defined as rural, although as the previous speaker pointed out, and several others have pointed out, how does one take on or comprehend an environment or a particular site such as Haryana, right? Here we often use the term peri-urban, right? Peri-urban. India's and peri-urban environments are quite vast and challenging in their own ways. Previous speakers have already talked about the need to have a kind of historical grounding for students in such a program, at least to the extent of having some kind of, historical, quasi-historical study investigation of what we call development paradigms, what they were, where they emerged from, for what purposes, how have they been used, how have they been misused, that sort of thing. As someone who's trained as a historian and still teaches history, even as I'm supposedly teaching literature, students find history quite boring overall. I blame teachers in this country for that, actually, in schools. Blanket condemnation here, probably unfair, but a lot of students come to college in India, and not only in India, with great distaste for history. Nevertheless, in a program like this, which is after all, a postgraduate level program, M.Sc, I think it's inescapable. It's really absolutely necessary to have some kind of not necessarily in the form of specific courses, as Deepa pointed out. Courses in economic history have been kind of relegated to the optional or elective category, which is kind of a shame, but there are reasons for that. And I think in a program like this, one has to kind of overcome that by finding effective ways of introducing a historical and even a sociological element, and particularly to get students to understand the significance of, again, what we call development paradigms, and why they have been used and misused, and how it is that we might move on from those paradigms. As has already been said, approaching the subject or the practice, if one wants to call it that, from within debates within economics, I think is a false starter. I think whatever consensus there might be among the faculty or the people who will be involved in running this program, I get a sense that there's already a kind of, at least a soft consensus, that staying within using developments within development economics as a starting point is probably not going to help students or practitioners very much. And other presenters have already mentioned the importance of understanding, for lack of a better word, I think it's a perfectly suitable word, ethical dimensions and ethical debates, even in terms of, as again, the previous speaker mentioned, measurement of what? Quality of life, improvement of life, growth, right? These are all categories or notions which really need to be opened up in terms of ethical questioning about what is meant, whose purposes these measurements serve, and whose purposes these conceptions of measurement and improvement and so on serve, because obviously they're all debatable terms. And disciplines or subdisciplines such as feminist economics, already mentioned, have already, I think, questioned some of those concepts quite effectively. And I think it's very important that such questionings be part of a program like this. Again, quality of life, right? We often, particularly with students and in our own research, make this distinction between qualitative research and quantitative research, but everyone who does it knows that there's always a qualitative dimension to quantity, and there's always very often a quantitative dimension to qualitative concerns or foci. So we know that in theory, the distinction between qualitative and quantitative research exists, and there are certain purposes that are served by that, but we have to certainly help students understand how these two come together. The heading for this session is actually called Development Practice Theoretical Approaches, Discourses, and Debates. We have been talking about theories in a way, even in talking about practice or how we apply theories. And I'm a great believer in what the psychologist Kurt Levin said about 40, 50 years ago. There's nothing more practical than a good theory. I just said that in my own experience, it's very easy for students to get turned off by approaches that are overly historical. They say, oh, what's the relevance? What am I... In my worst days of, say, marking scripts, I conclude that maybe only 1 in 10 students actually gets anything from the kind of historical dimension. It's probably more than that, but one often feels a bit disillusioned that students sometimes very often don't relate very clearly or immediately to historical dimensions. But those... that aside, what I just said, Kurt Levin, there's nothing more practical than a good theory. There can be, of course, too much theory, but not really, not too much. Theory is always with us. And just to give an example of, the inescapability of theorizing, even in an undergraduate course in literature that I'm teaching this semester, which focuses on a late Victorian British thinker and artist, poet, often described as a utopian socialist and as a literary utopianist, William Morris. In preparing for a class, I was thinking about how to relate his concerns from about 1890 to the conditions of industrializing and rapidly deruralizing, if that's a word, deruralizing England. In other words, the death of rural England or decay of rural England, and realizing something that's very immediate, or very obvious to William Morris scholars, that the dimension, the aspect of the theory, where it's located and where it moves from and where it moves to, I don't think is really a problem in his particular case, or really in the case of very many significant thinkers. Someone has already mentioned Fritz Schumacher, right? Small is beautiful, okay? Schumacher, after all, was an advisor to India's Planning Commission in the 1970s and 80s and so on. And as much of an impact he had as he had in Britain and Europe and North America. He certainly had a very immediate impact in thought about scale, scale of so-called development. So what does this have to do with theory? Again, just to bore you with a particular illustration, just to think about how I'm teaching my next class in the particular course I mentioned. There are all kinds of theories that emerge, I think, from William Morris's thought, which are readily applicable to the specifically Indian context. I mean, I'll be talking about how Morris's idea of crafts production had an immediate impact, an immediate resonance in India, both among colonial administrators and Indian artists, and what we might call early, development practice pioneers, people who talked about the importance of preserving or trying to save or rescue crafts production in India in the face of industrialization and the larger, not only, narrowly economic, but the wider social and I might say ethical purposes served by small-scale production and working within smaller communities rather than always focusing on kind of the widest national scale. I mean, as important as Swarajist thinking was, within Swarajist thinking in India around the turn of between the 19th and 20th centuries, there are all kinds of people who were thinking locally. So I didn't explain that very well. What I'm trying to say here is that this might be a perfect example of someone saying, oh, you're looking at this Western white guy and his theories and how they're applicable to India. I don't think that's really a problem because there were all kinds of practitioners, including artists and craftspeople in India at that time who were aware of his particular ideas. And I don't know whether adaptation is really the correct word to use. The point is that there was a resonance, okay? There was a resonance between what Indians were thinking at that time, certainly at least Indian intellectuals as well as artists and craftspeople were thinking in terms of national development and holistic development and so on. There's a certain resonance of Morris's ideas. So I'm not giving you a preview of the lecture I'm going to bore my students with next week, simply saying that as I was going through, and just to finish up here, just as I was going through kind of trajectories of theory from the late 19th century to say the early 20th and early 21st centuries in terms of small is beautiful and identifying William Morris as one of the pioneers of that and looking at, modern conceptions of eco-socialism, ecofeminism, distributism, green anarchism, bioregionalism, permaculture, precarity, all of these terms that are, kind of terms of art within, which may have been introduced by quote unquote Western thinkers over the past 50 years. All of them have immediate applicability to India, or as we often like to say, countries like India. You ever notice when we say countries like India, we always mean India specifically, but yes, India specifically. These theories, and again, there's been a very quick overview here of, say, ideas of the development of underdevelopment and samyamin and dependency theory and so on. These are still useful touchstones, I think, for learning about development practices and learning how to literally practice development in whatever terms we choose to understand. So thank you. Pardon me for some rather maybe scattered comments about this, but I really found it challenging to follow my colleagues here who had quite interesting things to say about the state of the art and how one moves forward. Thanks for your patience.
Thank you, Professor Litton. And thank you for reminding us that, yeah, it's been interesting to hear different people say we should bring back development economics, and then to think about historical theories again in Indian context. So thank you for the reminder. Next up, I'd like to invite Dr. Nayan Jyoti, who is also going to be a faculty in this program. So we are really looking forward to hear from him. Dr. Nayan Jyoti is a social anthropologist, and his research focuses on labor processes, global production networks, automation, precarity, and subjectivities. But his current research project also expands this into domain of folk music, digitization, and the concept of commons.
Hi, good morning. I was thinking how to frame my intervention here today, given that I'd be part of the collective processes of actually implementing the program and the solutions and the concrete answers. So I thought I'd not go there today, and I'd take a different route and rather pose a series of challenges and questions from slightly outside. So I still have a few days before I actually implement it myself. So I'd like to outline a series of challenges which other speakers on over the last 2 days as well have kind of outlined. So the first would be the question of history, as was just spoken here. Basically the spatial temporal question, and how do we bring that into a course of this nature? So, I mean, it's not really a question. I mean, the world is changing, and it's not really just about post-pandemic or the 15 years of the last economic recession or 35 years of the neoliberal model. In fact, it goes back much further. Uh, and it's the post-World War II arrangements, and which there's a fundamental shift there, which actually gave rise to a discipline like development studies, because it was related to reconstruction in the post-war scenario, the rise of post-colonial states, and so on. And there is a fundamental shift today of maybe 100 years or more, we don't know. In fact, going back to the rise of the social science disciplines themselves, because they are disciplines of sociology, anthropology at least. I mean, they emerged as kind of making disciplines in the sense of enumeration, in the context of a colonial context, in the sense of translations, and so on. And these are today kind of facing existential stasis, existential questions. I mean, the disciplines themselves, in fact. So, I mean, we need to bring this temporal question back in, and what that would entail, I would leave it open. I'm just posing a series of questions. I would like to tentatively answer that as well. I mean, with the political regimes changing everywhere, including in the United States, and the daily memes and which are actual news that we see, uh, is bringing back a kind of multipolarity also back in. And then what would that mean? One speaker had already said that the first world, second world, third world kind of thing has disintegrated. What it would mean for now the global north-south kind of a thing. So what I would say is that we need to bring back, I think, history as well as the real life, real world messiness back into our courses. So if a development studies in any way is about dealing with the complexity of human existence and the complexity of social reality, then how would that integrate while thinking through a course like this? So you can call it by different names. You can call it like the dynamism of social reality, the messiness of it, the unruliness of it, uh, uh, or non-linearity of it. So I'm in favor of kind of bringing back unpredictability back into the heart of social theory. And what would that look like? So that would be my take of bringing back the temporal question in. The other thing going forward from there is the question of intellectual trajectories and projects. So, I mean, with the given time, I mean, the entire project of modernity itself is facing questions. It has faced for quite some time. and the question of alternate modernities and so on are discussed. How would we handle this question is quite key and important. For example, I mean, when we talk of, say, post-colonial theories and so on, it's already been like 70 odd years of the post-colonial project, and we are standing at a different cusp of history altogether. And what would that mean then? This entire question of alternate modernities is something that we, I think, need to think through. There is I mean, as far as the Indian case is concerned, I mean, in terms of intellectual trajectories, I can think of, say, subaltern studies as actually a bold intellectual project from the global south, which actually then generalized everywhere. And even a project of that sort today is kind of facing stasis, and it's kind of halted somewhere. And then where do we move from here? So, I mean, so it's a productive dialogue, I think. I mean, not just, we don't really need only to question, we also need to move forward from there about in these contradictions. So this is the contradiction we work with, that if we do imagine a new global south kind of an agenda, we need to obviously position ourselves, and our position is here. And then thinking from there, how do we deal with this question of intellectual histories in the context of modernity? The third question would be around the question of technology. And many speakers have spoken about it earlier and so on, but what I mean, it's actually a qualitative change in the character of technology that we are seeing today. I mean, this entire plethora of fourth industrial revolution of AI, Internet of Things, and so on, is actually impinging on social sciences and life as no other time. I mean, of course, technology has a long history and we need to place it there, but there is also something qualitatively maybe new. I mean, we are debating things like if AI is becoming sentient, if it can think about, think for itself and so on. So there, if we, this question of technology is extremely important because it in fact has claims today of, say, I mean, like language models like DeepSeek or ChatGPT are working somewhere on the general intellect, what we call in Marxist language. They are almost veering there. So there, to break it down, technology, and to understand and to approach there vis-a-vis the question of the human question or the social question or the social constitution of the category of technology. So that is something we need to think about. I mean, of course, we need both qualitative, quantitative. We need to bring in technology in our social science courses and so on. But we need to think more than that about the question of technology and its social constitution. This fourth set of questions would be around ecology and political ecology. And we had an excellent panel yesterday on the agrarian studies and the agrarian crisis, in fact, and which, in fact, moved beyond the question of looking at the rural as just the rural and so on. I mean, this is, we anyway look at it in continuity, but then there are other questions which are coming along with it, which is the question of ecological limits that we have reached. I mean, so how do we think about the question of ecological limits and what to do with it? Of course, one strand of new thinking is around degrowth. So from Coel Saito and so on, I mean, there's this entire idea of the degrowth, bringing back that agenda back in. And there are these terms like, for example, metabolic rift. And then how do we think through these questions? So one of the interesting things I found in one of the panels was how do we bring back, say, non-experts into our expertise? So, will experts, I'd like to think through that question, that will experts bring in non-experts so that we become more experts? Or can we think of vice versa as well? And then what are the limits of it? So, I mean, the ecology question is not merely ecology. It's a question about expertise. It's a question about putting human rationality into production, which is what development studies was essentially about, and thinking through these questions as a bucket list, which opens up in a lot of directions. I mean, James Scott's, after he died, the book, The Swan Song, that came out, it's called In Praise of Floods. So it's an interesting way to think about. I mean, I'm not taking one position vis-a-vis the other, but I'm just putting it out there as a question to think about. The fifth question would be around the question of feminist methodologies, which I mean, of course, development, not only a question of, say, service delivery, trickle-down economics, and so on. But then, I mean, feminist methodologies are not, on one level, yes, about representation, about inclusion, and so on, but it's much more than that. In fact, we need to think about how to bring in feminist methodologies in all our methodologies. I mean, and not treat it as a separate women's question or a feminist question. And then what would that mean? So that would mean, in fact, questioning the entire social whole, social reality. So bringing back the question of social reproduction care, as Professor Deepa already outlined, and the question of the social whole. The sixth one would be the question of planning versus projects. Abhishek was here. He had presented last time on the planning was back in, and then what that would mean. Of course, we have been through this entire iterations of the Planning Commission and to the Niti Aayog today, and we have seen limitations of both these kind of models. So then what would this mean? Of course, there's this big example of next door neighbor of China and what planning has done there. And if we can basically think about through these questions, which is linked to questions of democracy and so on. And I really like this line which Professor Ashok Acharya had talked about, that's democracy as the poet's imagination. So yes, we need to think through planning versus projects, but also poets' imaginations. The last one would be the question of, which I found productive and which is something I have to grapple with in the coming days, around the what was called thinking from the end and backwards. So thinking from the end in two ways. One, policy, think tank, industry, academia. This, the trio, basically intertwined trio. And then, because we have to think about students' employability and so on, and how the system is structured today. So yes, I mean, that is the end goal kind of approach. And then thinking backwards, versus, I would say, I mean, there was an interesting question of what about knowledge for itself, what about academia for itself, and so on. I never really got that question about knowledge for itself. I don't think there is anything like that. But then if knowledge and social reality will also be an end goal, and then thinking backward from there. So can we think of these two as different approaches of, say, state, corporate, academia nexus, if I put in another words, vis-a-vis academia and society? And then what do these two approaches and this tension, I think we should carry this tension within us. And this is what would bring about a much more productive engagement. And how much space do how much institutional spaces provide would determine the boldness and actually the hegemonic power of what we are trying to do. I mean, how broadly can we frame it? The last one, absolutely, would be on the methodological question about, yeah, I mean, development both has a problem and a solution kind of a thing. I mean, on mechanisms of growth models versus process of expanding freedoms, as was said. I think there I would just end with the question of what Professor Valvi Arora had said about the question of relevance, about for whom and who decides. And there, I think in all our NCERT textbooks, at least earlier, before they changed quite a lot, would begin with, in fact, I think it's still there, with Gandhi's talisman, which is a very interesting statement, actually, Gandhi's talisman, even as a methodological approach. How can we think about it? It is, in fact, it brings back in another language, real active life back into theory. But yeah, and so it has this two interesting lines. So that's why I'm trying to end with there. One was around the question of, it says, okay, think of the last person, if you remember, think of the last person, and then think back your own objectives vis-a-vis your interventions. But then he said a very interesting thing around the hungry and spiritually starving millions. So it's not a question of hunger only, it's also a question of spirituality. So if we are talking of the social whole, and if we are talking about development studies, and if we are talking about getting out of economics and so on, then how do we basically bring in the social whole in totality, which is the question of spirituality and so on. I don't think we should give that away to somebody else. We should have some say in it. And what would that mean? That is of great interest to me. And I think we should think that question through. I mean, it's not just development economists. We anthropologists have been equally have sinned in this respect. I mean, development anthropologists have been tied initially to, say, USAID and so on, and have, in fact, worked quite closely with World Bank into certain agendas, which now, strangely, USAID has gone off from some other quarters altogether. But I mean, what I'm trying to say is, what does it actually mean to bring? And the second point from Gandhi's talisman, which I'd like to end this, is with the question of self. So yeah, I mean, there's a intervention element to it, but there's also a self-effacing element to it. That yes, you intervene, and in the intervention, there's a self-effacing quality to it. What Professor Dipanshu Mohan had talked about, the humility uh, uh, and due respect, that would be an important way of approaching the entire question. So yeah, I mean, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nayan Jyoti, for a quite insightful and made us think a lot of things. And I'm happy to say you will be dealing with all the messiness and the questions that you put forward here. But really, to think through the historical aspect of theory, the corporate nexus of knowledge, and also to bring in employability of students and all of that is quite a task in front of us. And so thank you for that. Our last speaker, we will have a video. This is Professor Toby Green, Professor of Pre-Colonial and Lusophone African History and Culture from King's College, London. It'll be a video. So while we are waiting, but we'll have to. Okay. Yes. Okay, so then I'll invite them. Okay, can I please invite the panelists to come forward so that we can have a question answer session.
So that's why I was checking that Professor Green's remarks fit very well within both theory and methods panel. So maybe we could start the methods panel with his recording and then have a larger discussion because we already have a number of people.
Yeah.
Thank
yeah.
you. Huh?
Please. Professor. You can sit here actually. No worries. You want to sit here?
Very considered as a very good positive beginning to start with
Professor
creative.
Tila, you want to sit here? So I can now we'd like to open up to any questions that anyone might have. If
Just raise
not,
your hands.
yes. And if not, we also have questions. So maybe we'll start with a question that actually while we were discussing, we had this question about the global and the local, right? Specifically in the theories of development and all the theoretical courses that we have, what emphasis do you see and the influence of, the global context versus local context, or particular local context of other countries? How would you see them playing a role in this course? Um, I'm just asking you.
Nice. Now, when I'm talking about, for instance, on the one hand, there are these hegemonic considerations with regard to the conceptualization, including theorization of development. So there is this essentialized understanding of development, which really flows from one particular context, which is the Western European context, which gets universalized. So the claim of being universal as a project of either development or, for that matter, modernity. And I suppose somebody was also pointing out about alternative modernities, or for that matter, the kind of rethinking development, which will be more so in terms of the divergences within these discourses of development. So when you're talking about, say, 1970s, of course, we talk about the self-reliant approach to development as being one of the major ways in which the independence of this idea of development in a particular context. So rather than following the blueprint offered by, whether we talk about the Western ideas of development and how they were limited, partial, and inadequate, to the non-Western world, or for that matter, whether we talk about the decolonization of development as a discourse, the decolonial understanding of the specificity of these newly independent countries. And therefore, also we talk about the non-alignment movement and, so the unaligned understanding of neither coming to follow the USA model or, for that matter, the USSR Soviet model. Probably they really bring in, again, with the idea that the ruptures that we see in the, whether we talk about the South or, for that matter, in the Third World, probably are also corrective to the idea that when you're talking about development theory, vis-a-vis development in practice. So there is a mismatch of what has been thought about, what has been offered as an idea of development, and when it talks about its operationalization. So today we talk about the decolonization of development, deconstructing development, or for that matter, whether we talk about the World Bank, including UNDP's agenda, all over the period, so since 90s, when you're talking about development reports coming from UNDP, every now and then they're also expanding the horizon of development reports with including cultural question of representation, question of identities, including whether we talk about the question of women. So we talk about gender and development, gender in development, engendering development. Needless to talk about, of course, the ecologism, eco-socialism, ecofeminism. So there are different ways in which now development has been re-understood, rethought about, rather than following what was a particular understanding of development that came from maybe a hegemonic center. So on the one hand, we're talking about the particular which is claiming its universality, but there is also a resistance to that. So we talk about third world nationalism, or for that matter, the dependency theorists, including somebody was referring to Samir Ramin, for instance, this idea of delinking. I suppose Douglas Years, who happens to be the pioneers of development economics to begin with, but he also counters the dominant ideas of development offered by economics and development economics. And needless to say that he has, of course, 1969 essay talking about the meaning of development. 1977, he revisits his own idea of development, the new meaning of development, when he also talks about the self-reliance approach to development, or for that matter, question of nationalism, nationalist spirit, nationalist consciousness. And that is when we are talking about expansion of this idea of development rather than a blueprint, a diversified, deconstructed, or for that matter, we're talking about discourses on development rather than development as a discourse in a singularity. So there are divergences, there are diversities. This is something probably we'll be trying to address the issue.
Very well put. I would just add to that, there's no use in, denying Western hegemony in thought and so on, or looking at the ways in which Western theories have been applied as universal and so on. I'd only say that you use the word operationalization, right? Operationalizing the concept in very many different global situations, or you might say local situations, has been the force of decolonization itself, right? It's through that process that these decolonization has happened. And I don't think we should lose sight of that. And that's, we can debate on whether we're teaching the history of development theory, or whether we call it the sociology of development theory, or simply the intellectual, foundations of development theory. I think that's the key part of the story, which should pervade many of these courses and applications, right? Just the way in which these concepts have been contested and modified, often in very significant ways. And of course, the decolonization, not to misapply the term, has been internal as well, right? If we talk about, it's kind of cliche to talk about repressed or oppressed voices, but yes, if we want to talk about considerations of gender and so on as something that developed within a particular Western hegemonic context, and then, we again see the interaction between, those who are in a sense internally colonized in one place, interacting in dialogue with those who are internally colonized in another place. So I think, the whole issue of decolonization and decoloniality is something that I think could usefully pervade this whole program. Thanks.
Dr. Sinha, would you like to?
One line I wanted to add with this to your question of global and local. I think both Dennis and Professor Tikla have responded. Also, to be wary of the danger of romanticizing the local while critiquing the uniform. I think often the response to saying decolonize or or localize ends up being quite uncritical of the local. Just keeping that in mind.
Thank you so much. And Dr.
Yeah, I agree with actually Professor Deepa Sinha. And so, if we, like today, all the bathrooms in all the airports of the world are similar. So there's a certain uniformity everywhere, and then there's an aspirational aspect of the local also to plug into that. If you and then if we actually, it requires a lot of intellectual work to what would not just scaling up of the local to another global, but then what would that tension actually bring forward? Given alternate models of growth and so on. For example, in questions of ecology, agrarian studies and so on. So that's a tension to think about. Say, for example, there's today the dominance of data. So there's big data, big pharma working with big data, and that is, and whatever local inputs that would be, you cannot really escape that reality. And then how exactly do you handle that question in terms of from what local context? Is it an individual local context? Is it the Indian context? Is it the Chinese context which is operating there? On what frame are we talking about the local? That becomes extremely important, I think. So yeah.
We have questions from the audience.
Two quick things. One, of course, I take Professor Deepa's point completely on board in terms of romanticizing the local. But that said, I don't think we should also lose sight of the fact that this is a development practice course directed primarily at Indian students who are going to work in an Indian development context. So in that sense, I think it is important. I will dwell on this more when I present in the next session, but it is something that they will have to realize there are unique situations with relation to development practice in India, perhaps dissimilar to many other parts of the world. And it is important that we localize, at least to the extent of being able to explain those dissimilarities. But my question is to Dr. Nayanjyoti, really, to pick up something that you said in between in terms of the experts wanting to learn from the non-experts. I mean, speaking personally, I'm a bit of a development anarchist, and I rail against the structures and hegemonies that exist in this space. So I really question the use of the word non-expert itself, coming from a participatory communication perspective, especially, or a participatory development perspective. What is a non-expert? How do you define a non-expert? And why do we consider them non-experts? So I think in some ways, our use of that terminology itself kind of subscribes to some of the hegemonies we are talking about, isn't it? So our willingness to learn from the ground is going to be very important in terms of a course on development practice, I think. Just wanted your response to that. I know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I use that. Yeah, no, I picked that up actually from a discussion that we had the day before on the first session. So, I mean, that's the terminology. It's not my terminology. It's I picked up from there. In fact, I had overturned that question. That's why. Is a vice versa possible? I mean, learning from the ground is one thing. What would the ground gain from? I mean, ground gain from you, that's another way. I mean, like, for example, here in ideas, we have two initiatives. One is solidarities, the other is gap. In fact, this is, I think, what I get is we are trying to tackle through. That is whether how much are we contributing vis-a-vis what are our own limits, vis-a-vis what the ground can take from us. So I think, yeah, I mean, I'm in favor of that. So yeah, I mean, no, don't go by the terminology.
See, I suppose when you're talking about this is just not a non-challenging actually question. In fact, this is something which is very, very fundamental to the thinking about development. Because on the one hand, we're talking about participatory development, but again, Rajini, Uma Kothari already have actually had a radical critique to that also. Now, when we're talking about development practice, there are already at least some centers recruiting professor of practice. I suppose this is something which is already there. KIS, if you talk about Kalinga Institute of Social Sciences at Bhubaneswar, they already have dozens of recruitment which are called professor of practice, and they need not be having gone to any school. So when we're talking about epistemic communities, so when we're talking about this hierarchy between the expert and or vis-a-vis the non-expert, probably this is already a fundamental question, but this is also getting reversed. Secondly, that there has been a historic actually tradition, whether I don't know whether we are familiar with participatory research, appraisal, participatory learning, and somebody like the pioneer of PRA and PLA, Robert Chambers, comes out with 2 volumes. One is called Rural Development, Putting the First Last, and the other is Whose Reality Counts, and it is a reversal of the strategies, suggesting that it's a very, it's like a mantra that he offers, that the development expert must come to sit with the people that he is going to talk to, learn, take lesson from the people. So the whole school of thought that we talk about from the 70s came out with, rather than projects for people, projects with people. Peter Oakley has a huge volume called Projects with People rather than projects for people. So generally when you're talking about perspective from above and from below, so development is being thought about as a blueprint coming from, say, New York to London, and of course to Delhi, to state capital, to district headquarters. So there is already a sense of how development as a blueprint comes and to be implemented on the ground. So the beneficiary in the remote corner of the village that we talk about, maybe in Kalahandi or maybe Kalahari, will be waiting to be developed. But that is no more the case. One is also trying to say that people as a resource, development has to be considered taking people as a resource, not as a targeted beneficiary. So probably there are major points of departure already in these traditions that we already are into. 1970s, 80s, these are already available discourses. So this is something to be factored in.
So just for efficiency of time, we'd like to collect some questions together, and that would be and bring this panel to a close. So and everybody will answer. Yes.
Yeah, no, so I have a mic. I have two very sort of quick interventions. Professor Sinha, definitely one of the things that would be nice to also know is what we are projecting as part of the course main visibility among students is to see whether there are specific skill sets that they can have by the end of the program, which would mean that they're trained in areas that would allow and make them more employable. Master's programs tend to work in a very different way than undergraduate programs. There's as much of perceptive learning and imagination that you're trying to incubate, but they're also practical. Students expecting are also practical about what kind of employment opportunities. So I was hoping if you could very briefly sort of reflect that if you're looking at a mode of learning, let's say through workshops going beyond courses or let's say within courses. And the word skill is also very contested and it has its own problems. So I'm trying to be just talking about where making the program more employable, if there's some reflections you might have. And very quickly, what Nayan mentioned, very glad that you brought the aspect of the self here. I think a lot of times, and one of the things that I'm hoping that as we ourselves, as teachers, as part of the program, really incubate is while talking about the state society dynamic, you bring the self in that. The S, the missing S, which tends to often not be factored. A glass got shattered. The person who is responsible for venue management was asked in, but it was not him who brought the glass. It was two women who came in and were requested to do so. There is a certain degree of awareness, perception of our own space that you want students as part of a program. See, any practical learning requires a certain degree of self-awareness, and that very moment which you want to bring that education is a force should embed. Whether you call it development, practice, or whether you call it whatever you need. At least I can speak for myself. My hope with this program is that by the end of it, there is a certain degree of self-awareness of where we are positioning ourselves, not be guilty of our own entitlements or privileges. There are hierarchies in every society. But my point is that as what you design, the awareness of where you are and what you're trying to do comes as a very central force. And I think that you've mentioned within the element of self and spiritual conscious awareness is very critical. Thank you.
Anyone else? Any other thoughts and questions?
Hi. This is just in regards to what Professor Lighton said about this idea of there's no practice without theory. In my own teaching, specifically with graduate students from public policy, there's always this pressure that they have that, oh, we are in a graduate program, so our focus should be just getting on skills and technicalities that help us get a job more than anything else, right? Then it becomes very easy, very difficult as an instructor to actually make them understand that there's a reason that a theory courses on theory are being taught to have a greater understanding of why you're doing what you're supposed to do. Now, I am expecting that even in a course such as that of development practice, we would be having many young professionals as such who have just started their career, and at the same time their focus would be again kind of using this program as a way to just ramp up their skills and make themselves more marketable as such in the job market. In that way, in that sense, how do you kind of emphasize this idea of giving importance to theory as in the same aspect of methods and other skills for that matter?
Thank you, Ramesh. We have
Yeah. So I just want to extend on that expert non-expert dichotomy. I was part of that panel that day, and to mold it with the curriculum development stories that the reflection and the challenge on that process is that in a paper state framework, how do we define expert and non-expert? And to exemplify, Government of India spends crores of money on skill development programs, but all the skill development programs are targeted to give some sort of certificates to a lot of people who have generational learning. And this reflection comes because when pandemic happened, we're doing in-depth interviews of these workers, and they say that now suddenly there is a lot of pressure on skill building and employability, etc., because the unemployment question comes with the pandemic question, and then apart from that, then they suddenly wants to give us skill certificates. But we know we are plumbers, we know how to do plumbing over time. So from a program's perspective, I think it's an open question that we are actually going to contribute to that. Like a lot of people, as Namesh kindly pointed out, is will be already working in that space. And the challenge would be to, and the question that forth is that how to also make a process of co-learning better in that space, to also do iterative teaching. That's the question that I want to pose, and why, how do we do that? You know, like how do we learn from field experiences from those people, as well as incorporate that to enrich the ability of those people in a better framework, either theory or methods. Conventional methods help to some extent, like one good example could be National Sample Survey has a lot of, it's a very structured survey process. But at the same time, a lot of NGOs and civil society organizations are doing parallel surveys. What kind of learnings they are getting in comparison to a structured survey process, and what can be given back to them? Uh, just throwing out loud could be one way of looking at that, how this bridge between experts and non-expertise can be made. But more thoughts on that, like from a courses perspective, if you have these groups in front of you, how to bridge across would be a good way of asking. Yeah.
Thank you.
I have a question for Nayan. So Nayan, you said something about the academia society tension, and that we need to bring it back and carry it within us. This is one of the last things that you said when you were talking about the different questions that you were saying that we need to think about. Can you just elaborate a little bit more on this academia society tension and how we can sort of carry it within us? What does that mean?
Thank you so much. So this will all be the question that we'll take. So I'd like to start with Professor Sinha, and then we will go with each person.
Thanks, Preeti. I don't know why Dipanshu posed the employability question to me. I don't know how employable I am myself to be able to say what students need. But broadly, I do know that this is a challenge, having been in a university space for a reasonable period of time, and particularly in a department like economics, where students come with an expectation of being the most employable, and therefore have some ideas of what they think the market is looking for. But I think the challenge is to balance what students think the market is looking for, what really the market is looking for, and what we think students should learn in such a program. Students do have some notions about, particularly the data analysis is something that gets them jobs. But data analysis, where you can make good looking charts, but you don't understand the underlying processes, doesn't take you very far. And I think the challenge for us is to make them understand that data analysis is not about learning R or stata, but it's actually about, I mean, that's where, again, in relation to the other questions also, this whole, why is theory important? We don't have to discuss that in this group, but how do students understand why theory is important is what our challenge is. And there, I think, other than, of course, all the academic theoretical reasons for doing it, making the theory that we're teaching context specific, therefore, also makes it much more interesting and relatable to students. Again, I'm speaking from a very economics experience. But when we teach macroeconomics, for instance, we do find that our students are just not able to relate to it, because all macro emerges from the advanced economies, and the examples that you use, what you're discussing is where it makes a very big difference. Therefore, the readings that we use and so on. So just to the earlier thing also, when I was saying not to romanticize the local, I go back to my initial presentation where I began also with saying how context is very important, both historical as well as geographic. That is one way it kind of equips student, and that's one way to make them also feel that they are learning things that are useful, quote unquote. So if they have an idea of current development policies, therefore the certain things that I said, but how they're able to read a policy document. But also we are able to teach them that it is having this theoretical understanding helps you to read that same policy document very differently from just reading it for the text that it's saying without having the background. I think that is the challenge. But from the other point of view, as not really an employer, but somebody like all of us do, looking for good RAs or people, I do work a lot in the practice space, even for looking for younger people to join the rights-based movements and networks to work in our secretariats. The big challenge we find still is to get this combination of having the right orientation, of being sensitive, along with these basic, I don't know, skills. I would say they are skills of being able to articulate what they see, to be able to generalize from an experience and to link it to existing theories. That is really the skill set finally everybody, I think all of us are looking for. So how do we build that would be a challenge. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Professor Sinha. And I'll request Professor Lighton.
Yeah, I'm not really sure how to intervene in that because, I mean, I think there's a utility in constantly raising the same questions and coming up with provisional answers. But just a stray thought. Well, I think this is related about going back to what Professor Dipanshu said about the importance of self-awareness and co-learning. I don't know. I think it's relevant to consider that a lot of research ethics boards these days, you know, either within institutions or on national or even international levels, require that as part of a project, there has to be a kind of feedback that happens. This isn't directly related to the issue of the expert and the non-expert, but a lot of grants are only given or, you know, or approved on the condition that someone conducts a project, call it an intervention, and at the end they're supposed to say, have some kind of process of informing the supposed beneficiaries of the project what's actually happened, right? This is what we did. This was your part in it. You gave these inputs, or we surveyed you. Again, this is rather kind of violent language, which puts the expert on one side and the non-expert on the other. But I think making that a requirement does help us understand the perils of this expert non-expert dichotomy, and gives the quote unquote non-expert an opportunity to say, well, you say this happened, but I have another, you know, interpretation of, you know, I have another idea, or as the supposed beneficiary, I wonder whether this has really happened. So of course, there are always some bean counters who have to duly record these comments and so on, but there might be a kind of ameliorative process that happens because of that that requirement. This is making it very technical, but in what Dipanshu was saying, it just occurred to me that probably within, kind of, rules or regulations of research ethics, that's probably a good development.
Thank you so much. Professor Thea.
Maybe just as a concluding remark, I can just reiterate that a course on development practice may and should ideally include one, beginning with the historical mooring, even if in a very cursory level. Second, in terms of the various ideas of development that have been conceptualized over the period, need not be discounting upon including the development economistic view of development. Thirdly, in terms of the theorization or theoretical orientations, of course, we have a longer and deeper history. So the corpus of the writings, even if within the larger social scientific discourses, much before development studies, in fact, began in a very formal sense of the term. So we need to really call upon in terms of engagement with the introductory, actually, ideas about how development has unfolded as an idea over the period in so different terms. And then, of course, we do have the dominant and popular theories of development, again, in terms of the conflicting and also competing ideas and theories of development. And more so, when you're talking about the methodological baggage to a course on development practice, I have nothing but to just say and quote somebody like Robert Chambers again, who is the pioneer of PRA. It is probably time to learning to learn, learning to learn, and learn together, more in terms of not merely this hierarchy or the dichotomy that we talk about between the expert and the non-expert, but probably to take people into confidence while thinking about the development as an idea, the pursuit of development, and whether we talk about development as a project. And that is when you're talking about participatory development and also participatory learning and participatory research appraisal. So in terms of the conceptual, theoretical, methodological, and maybe including some epistemological critics, given that development as a category, development as a phenomena are so contested. Maybe people's idea of development had by and large been contested vis-a-vis the statist agenda of development. Needless to say that we talk about resistance and movements and counter movements to a huge number of development projects or projects that go in the name of development all over the world, not only in India. And needless to say and remind that if for somebody like Nehruvian vision of a new India, if you talk about considering large dams at the temples of New India, but no sooner we also talk about almost a historic resistance to this coming from the Narmada Batao Andolan. And needless to say that this is part of the story all over the globe. So this is something that we must factor in and include, even if at a minimalist way, but these are components that we must have as a course offering on development practice and development studies.
Thank you. As my last two bit, and taking Siddhi's and Namesh and Shamindra's points also along with it, I have just two things to say. One is a bit theoretically, abstractly speaking. One is, I think this division between theory and practice that we always deal with, I think we should think of both in terms of quality of a theoretical approach, which is the interdisciplinary approach that we talk about. If we do it in a certain quality, then theory breaks into practice, so to say, as Professor has already said. That is the one end. The other is obviously the practice in the non-expert, quote unquote, where theory is already ingrained, as you would probably argue. And that is the No, because you said you're a development anarchist, so I assumed. And then what is, and both of these, one aspect we are of course dealing with in interdisciplinary theory breaking into practice, but the other is also a huge world in itself. And then what we do with it. To end with it and to take this forward in terms of employability. I would ideally think, maybe is that we are not producing, see, yesterday I was looking at IDS website of development practice. It's one of the oldest and earliest. And then they noted their alumni who are all across the world leading certain institutions and so on. So I think, I mean, we should aim something like that also, which is, and that we are not, I mean, the sector itself is undergoing huge changes. And it's not something a set model where we need to plug in certain students in some employability quotient. In fact, we need to think bigger, and then we can think of, say, in the next round of the practice changing, the institutional mechanisms completely changing, the state formation changing, what are our students going to think on that level? And their theory is quite important if they have to think on that level. On the other hand, in terms of employability, if I can dare say non-employability, also we can, I think, need to have space where it is, your question will also come in, where maybe, I mean, the practice part of it or the social whole, if somebody is self-aware to that degree that one is able to plug in there, and also maybe resistance to that model, which will come in the next phase. That also, if we can think of actually having a dialogue and producing. I think that's, these are my two bits. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks to this panel, we have no more time for any more questions. Thank you so much for all your insightful comments and interventions.
We can start. There is tea and some snacks outside. So we will start the next panel because we are running a little behind the schedule. Oops. Okay. But we'll start the next panel in about 5 minutes. So maybe we can just come here with tea and just sit here around. And we would also like to felicitate our panelists for the first panel. Okay. So we'd like to thank all the panelists for taking the time. Professor Tilakma.
Set of readings are there, including maybe the scope of the study that one can make sense.
Thank you so much. Professor Light. Leighton, sorry.
There is a lot of people who are in
Thank you.
of scouts.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Whatever little understanding we have, we should be really learning from each other.
The panel is titled Methodological Approaches and Tools of Inquiry into Development. And I invite Professor Sandali Thakur, Associate Professor, School of Humanities and Social Sciences, Shiv Nada University, Noida, onto the dais. Professor Sandali Thakur is an Associate Professor at School of Humanities and Social Sciences, Shiv Nada University, Noida. Her research interests include state and non-state socio-legal interventions on violence against women and girls and gender and development. She co-produced the film on Mithila Madhubani artist titled Urmila Devi, which is nominated for the best documentary shot at the New York India Film Festival 2020. A warm welcome to you, Professor. Next, we have Professor N. Ramakrishnan. Professor N. Ramakrishnan is an associate professor at the Jindal School of Journalism and Communication at the O.P. Jindal Global University. He is a social and behavior change communication specialist and has consulted extensively on a variety of interventionists using media for community development. He's the founder, director of IdeoSync Media Combine, an internationally renowned SBCC organization based in NCR of Delhi. A warm welcome to you, Professor. Next, joining us online is Professor Venu Arora. Venu Arora is an associate professor of practice at the Jindal School of Journalism and Communication and assistant dean of international collaboration and student mobility at OP Jindal Global University. She has extensive experience in radio production with script, direction, and production credits on a number of broadcast radio series and wide-ranging research and training experience for community media. Venu is the co-founder, director of IdeoSync Media Combine, and internationally renowned SBCC organization based out of NCR, Delhi. We also very warm welcome to you, Professor Venu. And next we have Dr. Shamindra Roy. Shamindra Raj Roy is an associate fellow at CPR. He's a mixed method researcher and his interest lies in examining inequalities through spatial lens. He has worked on rural-urban transformations, nature of governance in urban settlements, international migration dynamics in India, determinants of female workforce participation in India's cities, and socio-spatial inequalities in basic services at the sub-city level. A very warm welcome to you, Dr. Shamindra. Next, we have joining online Professor M.R. Sharan. M.R. Sharan is an assistant professor in the Department of Agricultural and Resource Economics at the University of Maryland, College Park. His research centers around questions in development economics and political economy. He has worked as a researcher and policy economist in various research organizations and both state and central governments of India. A very warm welcome to you, Professor M.R. Sharan. We have as the moderator, Professor Namesh Kilimshetty, Assistant Director, Ideas and Assistant Professor at the Jindal School of Government and Public Policy at the OP Jindal Global University. And how we have planned the session is to make this give more time to the interactive session, learning from the first panel we had, that a lot of us have a lot of questions. So maybe to keep the interactive demands to not more than 5 minutes and and maybe have a longish discussion where we can be more conversational. I now hand over the mic to Professor Nimesh to take it forward from you.
Thank you so much, Gayatri. Gayatri. So, warm welcome to everyone. What we thought that we could have as a core focus in this particular session on methodological approaches and tools of inquiry into development is kind of talk about this idea of what could be the various ways or aspects that we could orient our course on MSc in development practice. And this is more in terms of talking about the curriculum, the courses, and the assessment that kind of reflects the contemporary needs that we have in a program like development practice as such. So before we move to some specific questions that we had in mind, as Gayatri mentioned, I think it would be great if all of you could just start with an opening talk for around like 5 minutes or so, and then we can start with a Q&A. We can start with a regular interaction as such. Professor Sandali, if you could just take the...
Thank you, but I think I wanted to take this opportunity to share a bit about the rural management program that we started 2 years ago at Shivnadar, and also reflect a bit on pedagogy. So I'm not maybe totally adhering to the questions that you had shared, but some bit maybe here and there. So thank you so much for inviting me here to discuss some of these extremely important concerns, and congratulations for thinking of a master's program in development practice. I think it's really, really needed in the current context. I mean, I came a little late in the first panel, but I heard some very stimulating discussions around development. And I think this course requires an interrogation into development theories, but it also requires a very well thought out understanding of practice, because that's the other component of your course, right? The name of your course. So my question would be to think of how this program is being envisaged as different from a development studies program on the one hand, and the other, social work or other kinds of programs which are considered to be more oriented towards practice on the other hand. So, where does this kind of fit in? What are the pulls and pressures of from both sides that you might be encountering or you would be encountering in the future? So in our program at SNU, we have a curriculum that is very clearly practice oriented. Students stay in the campus for an year, that is 2 semesters, to learn about transdisciplinary fundamentals like the political economy of India's development post-independence. We have a course called Multiple Axes of Power, where we provide a conceptual and also lived experience-based understanding of several forms of stratification, inequality, diversity, and resistance, through these multiple axes of power like caste, class, gender, etc. The second semester has goes deep dive into main courses which are around the main management challenges in rural India. And at this point, I also want to clarify that we discussed and deliberated on the choice of the term management over development in our program. We are calling it rural management, but it is very different from the rural management that INMA is doing, which is largely coming from business management. But what we are trying to say is that, and we are completely, skirting the whole issue of development because it's a beast in itself. And we thought that since it's a practice-oriented course, we don't even have even one course which looks at interrogating development. But what we have done is to integrate those understandings, those discussions as part of the sectoral courses. So not having a separate course, but integrating those issues on what has happened in the last 75 years in the country, what are the development models across the world, decolonization, and all of that comes as part of discussions in the sectoral courses, which we are projecting it as the management challenges of rural India: agriculture, livestock, forest, water, ecology, climate change, education, and health. Additionally, we have a course called Management of Institutions that is geared more towards practice, where we introduce students to different kinds of people's institutions, the SHGs, FPOs, social movements, by sharing their structures, functions, histories, etc. And finally, there is a course called Reflective Practice, which we have recently created, about which I'll speak a little later. So in the second year of the program, the students are entirely located in the field. They stay 1 month each in 4 different organizations to learn from the best practitioners in rural India. They learn the nuts and bolts of how do you create an SHG in a place called Devas in MP, about groundwater management in Pune, about sustainable agriculture in Vijayawada, where students learn in the classroom as well as go to the field to actually sow, irrigate, learn how to operate simple machines in the farm. They also spend a month in Odisha learning from Gram Vikas. There's this organization called Gram Vikas, which has done very phenomenal work on the area of water and sanitation. From next year, we have also introduced another field education course on violence against women and girls. And we are offering that course in partnership with our field partner, Anandi in Gujarat, where we are going to expose students to the issue as well as different kinds of interventions, both state and non-state interventions, as well as incorporating inputs around how does an individual respond if a case like that, you come across a case like that when you're working in the rural area. So there's a very clear understanding of practice that we are working with in our program. And that this particular third semester management problems courses is followed by an entire semester in the field doing internship with organizations. And at the end of that project in the internship, students produce a report. So this is in a nutshell the framework of our curriculum. Since we are trying something very different from comparable programs elsewhere in the country, we are having to learn on the go. A recent change, as I said, that we have made in the curriculum is introduce a course called Reflective Practice. Because when we sat down to discuss what is it that we are trying our students to become, what is the identity that we want them to come out with, we came up with the term reflective practitioners or thinking doers. So it's not either or, it is iterative. Paulo Freire talked about praxis, so action, reflection, action. And so practice for us is central to our curriculum, but practice is not an unthinking application of theories or concepts or a set of techno-managerial tools, but it is an iterative process of action, reflection, action. Reflection is important because it improves practice. So that's why reflective practice. And in the current avatar, this is a regular 4-credit course, reflective practice, which employs studio pedagogy, field visits, simulations, and reflecting on the self through storytelling, etc. The focus is to raise awareness of the self and the world and the fact that both are mutually constitutive. So experience occupies a central space in this process, where students learn how to make meaning of their individual experiences, how to build connections, how to integrate care in their everyday lives. As an extension of this course, we conduct weekly small group exercises in the form of group labs, where activities around communication, conflict resolution, team building happen. We feel that the focus on self is critical because as development practitioners, students will be engaged in the process of transformation, social, structural, and institutional transformation. And for that, they will be relying on their own selves as the main resource, not only in terms of knowledge, information, and skills, but also these affective aspects. So, for instance, if I were to give you an example of how a typical session is conducted in the reflective practice course and how it is different from a regular sociology-based course, for instance, if we consider any topic like power, what we would do in a classic multiple axis of power or sociology-based course is to share conceptual formulations around power, right? But in the RP course, what we start with is to ask the questions to share their experiences of power and powerlessness in life. And all students are supposed to respond to that. This serves multiple purposes. It helps us understand the students' context, increase participation of students who, by generating insights around a key idea like power, also become co-creators of knowledge in the classroom. So when we say we want students to be co-creators, how are we providing that opportunity for them to do that? For teachers, on the other hand, reflective practice means that we approach the classroom or any space of engagement with students as a space for practice. So practice is not equal to field for us only, alone. It is field, but practice is also happening in the classroom, especially in a course which is claiming to be transformation oriented. So, as Paulo Freire has told us so many years ago, that education has to be a dialogue between the teacher and the student, where both learn, unlearn, and relearn. So this kind of a cycle of action and reflection enables us to challenge injustice and co-create knowledge. That's the whole idea. So reflexive pedagogies encourage us to ask questions like, who holds knowledge? How do we deconstruct power in the classroom? How can education become a tool for liberation rather than control? We can also think of this, the way Bell Hooks writes about it, as a pedagogy of hope, which sees students as agents of transformation and not passive recipients of information. I think reflective practice and that entire idea calls upon educators to critically reflect on their role, not as authorities, but as co-learners, guides, and facilitators of change. I mean, the kind of knowledge that we as teachers have earned in the last 2 years, I mean, I'm talking even personally from our students, is phenomenal. So we need to deconstruct the idea of the teacher as an authority and move towards a space of co-learning. When we talk about hope in pedagogy, we are not referring to blind optimism, but an intentional, reflective, and transformative approach that critically examines power structures, acknowledges the lived realities of students, and creates learning spaces that inspire change. So as we are moving ahead in our program, we are feeling more and more convinced about the fact that reflective practice is the heart of transformative education. As teachers, it may helps us ask questions like, how do I teach? What biases do I carry into the classroom? Am I open to being changed or challenged by my students? A pedagogy of hope makes room for the teacher's own vulnerability, because too often the teacher is expected to be the one who knows, the authority in the room. But real learning happens when a teacher has the courage to say, I don't know, or let's explore this together. True teaching is not just about knowledge, but about the being of the teacher. A hopeful teacher does not simply instruct, but shows or models curiosity, humility, and a commitment to growth. A critical aspect of the pedagogy of hope is knowing our students. And I think this is very critical for us. It was very critical because our students, almost all of them, are coming from extremely remote locations, largely Adivasi, Dalit, Bahujan students, except for maybe 2 or 3 Savarna students from remote locations again. And we felt that as there was a huge gap between the faculty, because we all came from a particular background, and the students. So knowing the context was extremely critical, so that we could customize, we could, uh, teach in the manner in which it becomes useful, meaningful in that context for them. So this means creating classrooms of care where kindness is not seen as weakness, but as a radical act of empowerment. It involves deep listening, understanding students' backgrounds, their struggles, their aspirations. It also invites a spiritual dimension. And I was very glad when I entered, I think somebody was talking about it, not necessarily religious, but one that acknowledges the inner life of the student, the search for meaning and the yearning for growth. A teacher who hopes does not impose knowledge. Instead, they cultivate an environment where students feel safe to question, explore, express themselves without fear of failure or judgment. So I just want to leave us with some of these questions. What does hope look like in your classroom? How can you as educators create spaces where students feel empowered to learn, unlearn, and act? How can we as teachers make space for our own actualization in this journey? I mean, with the kind of pressures that all of us have of, producing knowledge, especially if you want to continue continue in your own track in the university, what is the kind of balance that you need to, this delicate balance between spending time with the students, which is not always seen as desirable because of these pressures, and your own research, which in a way also is supposed to go back to the classroom. So I mean, these are questions that I think in the new liberal space that we are in today, we need to engage with. So I just want to end by saying that a pedagogy of hope is not an abstract ideal. It is a daily practice, one that requires courage and care. Thank you. Sorry, I took a lot of your time.
It's worth the time. Thank you so much, Professor Thakur. I can clearly see two key takeaways. One is this idea of reflective practice that you've mentioned in your course. I mean, this is something that we have been thinking in our own program with this idea of the course that we've titled as fieldwork right now, but I think now we have a better term to actually think about it. And a lot of it was with this exact idea of how do we combine this experience of fieldwork and the engagement in the classroom. And I think that actually makes that should complement really well before the student goes to the field and understands the realities of what is happening on the ground. And at the same time, this idea of knowing the context of the students and the backgrounds that they come from and customizing knowledge according to it, I think is something that will be very relevant for a course like development studies as well as we kind of take it further. Next, I invite Professor Ramakrishnan, if you can just provide your key thoughts with.
Here in this meeting, actually. So my thanks to Professor Dipanshu Mohan and to Professor Divya. And when I heard that the workshop for curriculum development was happening, I was very interested because we've been experimenting with various ways to actually talk to young people in my work outside this university in terms of engaging with the idea of development and especially the idea of communication for social change. So I was delighted to see a potential MA in development practice. I'm a practitioner first, so here's the first disclaimer. I'm a practitioner first and an academic later. For the last nearly 3 decades, I've been working in the communication for development space, running an organization which engages on a daily basis with the idea of communication rights at the grassroots, at the idea of freedom of expression at the grassroots. So a lot of my commentary is going to come from there, and I'll try and keep it short. I'm cognizant of the fact that we're a little short on time. So I think there's been enough talk in the last session and now about this dichotomy and this perhaps dynamic conflict between being theory heavy in a development course and being practice heavy in a development course. Nearly a decade ago, I was at a conference and I stood up to ask a question of one of the presenters. And almost sneeringly, he told me that he would prefer to be theorizing, he would prefer to be a practicing theoretician rather than a theorizing practitioner. I found that a very disturbing dichotomy because I didn't believe that such a split existed. I'd like to recall the thoughts of the former president of Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah, who said that action without thought is empty and thought without action is blind. And I found this strange academic kind of split between these two processes to be a very disturbing one, and I didn't believe in it. And I'm glad Professor Sandali spoke about the idea of thinking doers, which is more in consonance with the kind of approach that I would think about, right? But I think it does highlight certain tensions between, at an academic level, between ideas around development studies versus development practice. There are, I know, individuals who would see development studies as more cerebral and intellectual and development practice as more lowbrow. And I don't think that's a fair division. And I think we should be cognizant of that when we design this course, because I don't think we should let that creep into the things that we are talking about. Right? Others have already emphasized the importance of historical approaches to development and an orientation for our potential students in this course on those historical approaches. But to this, I will add one thing. Not just historical approaches, but also a realization of the realizations from the ground that cause these historical shifts in perspective. Because all too often we divorce the specifics of why one idea changed into another, and we just talk about them as a series of movements, almost without explaining why those movements happened. And I think the things on the ground that caused that shift are important. I mean, in communication terms, for example, the initial years of mass communication in the world saw people like Marshall McLuhan come up with ideas around magic bullet theory, the idea that mass communication could inception style plant an idea in your head and you would immediately translate that into action. And needless to say, it was a misplaced hope and over imagination of what mass communication could do, which eventually, as development discourse changed, rights-based discourses took over, ideas around justice, as expressed by, for example, Amartya Sen in more recent times, justice as development took over. It became more nuanced in terms of approaches to participatory communication or enter-educate approaches, as they were called, which meant a more participatory structure of exchange was created between the development space and the realization of what change needed to happen in society. So that's one. Two, I do, however, feel that sometimes we can be overly positivist about development practice. We tend to emphasize what has happened for the good. We tend to emphasize what has worked, and we don't emphasize enough what has failed. And I think that's something we need to fix. I think it is important to recognize the development approaches which have floundered, which have been misplaced, which have over-imagined. And I think those case studies need to be built into our curriculum in terms of understanding what needs to be fixed, and also to take away the fear of failure. All too often in development work, being so aid-driven, I'll come to that in a second, being so aid-driven and donor-driven, development work emphasizes performance, emphasizes achievement of results, emphasizes achievement of targets. And because of that, we get stuck in this fear that if we show that something hasn't worked or hasn't worked adequately, we are stuck with a process that we are responsible for, and in some ways we become liable. And that's not the way social change happens to be. I think social change happens with community realizations of what they could fix, new ideas taking root, and a negotiation of what works in a given context. So if you start looking at it in terms of liabilities, donor reports, things like that, it becomes a very problematic kind of structure. Which brings me to the idea that we should not shy away in this curriculum from involving ourselves with the politics of development practice. I think we have referred to it peripherally in terms of resistance movements and things like that in previous discussions today. And Professor Deepa Sinha, I think, mentioned aid and donors as an important component. And I think that carries its own politics, that carries its own emphasis. It has disturbed in some ways the purpose with which many of us would view development and the rights of communities to seek and change. And in that sense, I think it is important to discuss the politics of how aid works, the politics of how aid percolates down to communities, the role of CSOs and governments in this entire process. And to this, I would add one important component. I mentioned this when I spoke about the idea that there are some peculiarities to the Indian context, which I think it is important to localize in a course in development practice based in India, which is regulatory processes and that govern or interact with development practice in India. For example, I think an important component would be to understand regulatory frameworks and laws like the Foreign Contribution Regulation Act, the income tax treatment of charitable activities, which governs a lot of development work in India, how CSR, corporate social responsibility structures work in India, and of course the role of civil society organizations themselves in development, because in many ways the governments of the day have abdicated their responsibility to actually bring development at the grassroots and have left it third hand to CSOs to fill in that gap. And I think that in itself is a problematic structure, and which needs fixing, and it is something we should not shy away from talking about. Lastly, and I'm sorry to boil it down to very nuts and bolts, because as I said, I run an organization which takes young people, trains them in this process of understanding development and understanding the role of communication for social change within this. So I think some very, very basic nuts and bolts are required. If we talk about employability, especially Deepanshu brought this up, employability means also being able to fit into some of the structures even while critiquing them. And that means understanding what proposal writing is about, understanding what budgeting or development communication or development intervention per se is about, what project management is about within the development space, what monitoring and evaluation is about, the tools of how to do this. And if we don't teach this, then a development practice course remains in the realm of the theoretical and doesn't actually boil down to practice, right? So I'd like to end, of course, by talking a little bit, and this was one of the reasons why I got involved in this curriculum development, which is that my suggestion that a discussion of communication for social change specifically as course within development practice is important, because one of the things I personally and my organization have been battling now almost since our own inception is this idea that communication is a purposive thing used within development, something you do in order to print a brochure or make a film, or or print X number of comics in order to address X number of beneficiaries. Another word I hate, right? So I think understanding the programmatic role of communication, both outwards about the program itself in terms of reaching out to stakeholders who will play a part in the success or failure of the development intervention itself, and about behavior change and social change at the community level. And lastly, in terms of advocacy with lawmakers, policymakers, to talk about the importance of the change that is being asked for or being emphasized. I think that's an important understanding that students must have, because in this modern, especially very communicative, electronic communicative world, it is highly important to understand what can be leveraged through communication, what cannot, and to not also treat communication as some kind of panacea that will fix all the problems with your development intervention. So lastly, when I talk about the politics of development, I think it is worth reflecting on whose development and who defines what development is as part of that entire structure. And without that, I think any idea of development that we try to place in front of our students, I think is going to be half-witted. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Professor Ramakrishnan. I mean, as a matter of fact, as you were speaking, I was just exchanging glances with some of my colleagues, Preeti and Divya, while we were, because when we were having this brainstorming, this discussion about courses, we kept thinking of the importance of courses like project management and impact evaluation. And now we are so glad that at least we thought some things in the right direction while conceptualizing it. But at the same time, I think this idea of talking about communications for social change as a part of the pedagogy and how it incorporates into our development practice program is something that would definitely would need a guidance in terms of how do we take that ahead. Next, I invite Professor Venu Arora to please maybe give her thought process about the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and my thanks to Dipanshu, Mohan, and Professor Krishnan and Divya for inviting me for this. I have been on the periphery of ideas for a while, and I really resonate with many of the ideas that have been put forward today. And I'm really excited about the MSc course that we are all thinking about, particularly resonate with a lot of what Professor Deepa Sinha put forward today in terms of the capabilities approach, Dr. Nayan Jyoti's conceptualization of what our course should push students to be doing, with to engage with the messiness of the real world practice of development. And also I thank you so much to Professor Santali Thakur. I did not know of your course at Shivnadar, and I would love to find out more. As has already been mentioned, I have co-founded the organization with Professor Ramakrishnan 30 years ago. And much of our learnings together has come from there. But I also teach radio and currently podcasting at the Jindal School of Journalism and Communication. And last semester also offered a course in a cross-listed elective on development, communication for development and social change. So some of my thoughts are coming, the thoughts that I'm presenting here are coming from three spaces. One is the course that I offered myself. The second is the work that we did at IdeoSync, where together with UNESCO, we were offering an IdeoSync UNESCO fellowship for information. So some thoughts around technology. And forgive me if some of the ideas kind of overlap much of what we have discussed this morning. So definitely, I think we should look at the historical approaches around development, because much of communication and communicating development also comes from there. But I think an engagement with concepts that Paulo Freire and Robert Chambers have put forward, ideas around conscientization and participatory approaches, is critical. But I think there has been more recent both practice-led as well as theoretical engagement with the concept of participation itself, because I think the understanding of how power operates in our society is important to then critique, how participation, the terminologies of participation get also co-opted by the hegemonic, kind of operators of capital. So I think that's one frame that I would definitely imagine our course to engage with. I definitely think keeping the feminist lens is critical. Santali talked about bell hooks. I would say Nivedita Menon's ideas around seeing like a feminist must definitely be included in an interrogation of development. And I think taking from what Ramakrishnan was saying in terms of building in communication into our course on development, looking at the concept of voice, particularly what Nick Coldry has put forward, the voice as value in this framework of, thinking about whose ideas of development are being looked at, and in that frame, if we come to the concept of communication, if you look at, when we are able to communicate to the world outside or within our community or with our peers, and especially if we frame this course within the kind of digital economy that we are currently operating in, all of us. I mean, I'm participating here online on Zoom. And so it's important to, I think, engage with some of those ideas of voice and value, and whether whose voices get valued and how they get communicated and circulated might be important. And in that frame, to look at, in fact, the more recent calls for thinking about communication as communication as 18th SDG. In fact, there have been more recent calls around thinking of communication as an 18th SDGs. Sorry, I seem to be getting a call. Yeah. Just coming very briefly to technologies, I am not responding to all the prompts that were given in the email that Divya sent me earlier, but I think it's a good idea to definitely include I think a critical look at current technologies. Preferably, I think, from the point of, again, taking a feminist lens to look at labor and technology and gig work. And I think somebody mentioned earlier about the focus on rural, but I think it is important to also look at urban spaces where, urban spaces that are populated by migrants who are moving from rural areas to urban areas, and what is happening to their everyday lives. And in that sense, kind of reflect on development within our curriculum framework. So within technology, to look at data, and again, there's a lot of work around data as the new oil, as the new capital, and definitely include some of that in our coursework. I also think in terms of methodologies to look at digital ethnography or ethnographic approaches would also be quite important. I'm in fact also contemplating thinking about podcasting as pedagogy and using, the idea, again, linking this idea to voice and value and whose voices and who's heard into this framework. And lastly, in terms of Ram talked about project management and and kind of the architecture there. I would also say complicating the idea of development. Complicating the idea of evaluation, because, again, who is evaluating and what are the evaluation frameworks that are being put forward, and perhaps looking for intangibles that might be there as outcomes that emerge from a participatory, reflexive practice of development. And I think that might be something to look at. In terms of skills, I think one of the things that happens with with students coming out of development courses, I think today's world requires you to have some of the basic skills of working with the digital technologies, and which I feel that some of the young people who come into the development space have not yet managed to hone those. So I definitely think a short course on just being able to use some of the technological architecture that is there in all computers, but development practitioners find it hard because they haven't been given that course. The assumption is that the young people will get to know, but oftentimes they don't. So I think that might also be something that as an overall curriculum we might want to put in, because today everybody is expected to do some form of media outputs. That's the core way of communicating. And here we could have a bright young person who's engaged with theory, who's reflecting around current practice. But it's important for them to be able to communicate this to the outside world. And for that, you need certain media skills. And I think that might be useful, or communication skills that might be useful to add to our course. So that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Arora. I think your point of looking at the role of digital technologies as a critical medium of understanding as a form of method is very relevant and to the point. Especially with the fact of how generative AI as a field has been kind of growing into prominence in the last few years as such. I mean, a good discussion would be in terms of thinking how these discussions around digital technologies can actually complement the traditional methods instead of thinking them as something that is replacing of how we look at traditional ways of like understanding research methods as such. In the interest of time, I'll invite Professor Samindranath Thakur.
Samindranath and Thakur mixes up a lot. Yeah, thank you, Namesh. I'm going to broadly talk about ideas around mixed methods because Gayatri introduced me as such. And the reason I choose to talk about is that as a summary of what we had since morning, I see that one point comes very clearly in our mind, that there would be lot of I'll not say contest, but lot of challenges in terms of bridging gaps between methods and approaches to design a program like this. We have data, we have narratives, we have field engagements, we have other finer form of engagements, evidence-based qualitative and quantitative engagements. But the real challenge would be to how to put that together in a structured pedagogical form. And this is important because as social scientists, we are all very much prone to this issue of methodological pluralism, right? Like we comes from very different way of approach, which in turn leads to the idea of concept dependence. And it somehow biases our way through which we look at different problems and try to provide solution as per them. But the real world development practice actually goes along these lines of subjective and objective reality or methodological pluralism. So I have a perfect glass of water that is there. I can drink it. It's objective. I pour into Gangajal into it, it suddenly becomes very spiritual to me. I cannot just touch it to some extent. So I think we as a course designed for practitioners at everyday lives, they're going to jump into these issues of contestations. And starting as an instructor of the course or designing of the course, we need to very much cogent of this thing that this is going to happen. So what I'm going to try about is that what are some of the ways that research teaching in this world is trying to tackle these issues. So mixed methods is one way where you do a lot of triangulation, right? And triangulation is not easy. Again, say if we want to define class, there could be like 30 different ideas from this room only. And those ideas can be very similar. If I going to go to interview some people and ask just the question, what's your class is? So self-declared class, economic class, sociological class, everything is very different, right? So it's hard from that viewpoint, and we need to triangulate all those ideas to begin with to discuss this kind of things.
So how can that be possible? And Sharan is here. He knows, he has done a lot of stuff. And Vijayendra Rao tells us reflexivity in social science research, right? So how do we put more reflexivity in our thinking? It's hard from both ways, more hard if you're an economist or so. So because there is always the evidence that these quantitative inferences are drawn far from the research object. So a good conclusion would be to generate a process and dialogue through which honest interactions can be formed, right? And that's the way we should start processing this, and that's we call reflexivity. Now, what are the different ways? We have 3, 4 very defined ways to do that. One is the way of cognitive empathy, which is basically create a level playing field, the interviewer and the interviewee, and basically start a research design where you also try to think through when you are at the field, what professor was saying in the first lecture in what they're doing in SNU. That's very important. That may be impression based, and that's also a lot observation based, purely anthropological vis-a-vis ethnographic in nature. So a good example of those are these village studies that's been done, right? Where people go to the villages, stay for a long time and generate their ideas from it. The second of this would be the issue of narratives that we always get while we do, but narratives are often misquoted as anecdotes. The good way to the way a narrative differs from an anecdote is if I try to hierarchize between my narrative information and the main body of research that I am doing, then it becomes problematic. But if I use those narratives to create parts of my research, it's more structured in that sense, right? So for example, domestic violence, if I talk about, as a man, if I go to field, I can create a questionnaire, but it may not be a good idea about domestic violence. So rather talking to people, getting idea about it and incorporating back into my questionnaire is a better idea. And that's how I put narratives into my questionnaire. The third important thing is process analysis. Process analysis is also important while doing mixed methods because documenting process is very important. Not only from the idea of generating a good mixed methods research, but also for iterative thinking, like how to do research better, right? And we need to know that it's a dynamic process. It's not a static process through which these things are done. I go to the field, I acquire new knowledge, I come back and I develop. So that message needs to be in the space. And it is all the way more important, not only for practice-based research, but also other forms of work that's going on. So as my experience with government consultants, etc., I find that one of the big way they struggle is to write their methodologies, right? The entire process through methodologies. The number that throw data is a bunch of numbers that data comes up in form of you. Generating structured understanding from that and the entire journey to visualization, that's a process that needs to be written also, not only be taught. So as a teaching method, that needs to be also taught to generate an effective way of learning. And it's very important because that ensures replicability for the next set of people that are coming. So as an outcome of this program, I see a lot of guys feeding into government engagements, etc., where they have to work with medium and low level bureaucrats, where they have to actually teach them to do how to do basic analysis with a lot of data sets. It may be map making, it may be making, that's one doing using stateless government data to do various kinds of stuff, analyzing leakage, etc. But that capacity is not in the system, and a lot of people might end up doing that. So we need to tell them that a development practice course like this is different from that, from a data scientist who's come to the IIT system, who knows how to run the machine learning algorithm, but may struggle end up writing the process methodology. And I'm not generalizing through this way, but I have seen that it happens a lot, and that teaching comes from a social science background, and that needed from a program like this. So process analysis is important. It's also important on macro scale studies as well, right? As employability question is important, we also see where the funding ecosystem is going. A lot of funding ecosystem unfortunately looked at very macro level stuff, like making a climate action plan for Bihar. And the results that comes of making a climate action from Bihar, the reports like McKinsey type of organizations, I see that they're not very structured in that sense. But it's not the fault of that. The fault is that there is not, the process analysis has not been taught through it. Like what are the dialogues? What are the, so the reason I come to this, that I used to review this as a kind of my present job. And what I find is that they end up making meaningless charts at the end, that this is how 2070 Bihar would look like. But through the process, they have actually engaged with various government officials in Bihar, like the pollution control department to the CMO's office. The nature of interaction with these various tier of government officials are very different in terms of what they've learned. Just documenting that process is very important for a low state capacity, relatively low capacity state of Bihar, what lessons it produces, to borrow it to another place. So the replicability is a big part on that, and process analysis is important on this. And then you have participatory research for sure, where, you know, like the respondent is also an analyst. And this is very important. We have covered some of it in the morning. But it's also the important from the sense that a development practice course like this should also foresee that how to engage the practitioners in the dialogue of research and analysis in general. Like if I go and ask someone, a tribal community, that these are the 10 indicators I'm giving to you, answer yes or no, and I think they're good for that community, I make an index out of that and end up doing something. That's one way. But the participatory method would tell me that let's ask them, what is a good indicator for you? Say human development index, something like that. We have a very structured idea of how HDI should be. But what HDI in a more layman terms matters to different sections and caste and class of people. And if the inputs come from that direction, and if that can be included in my research, that's a good participatory thing. And we need to provide that sort of lesson in this case. So these 3-4 processes, and then one process is, of course, what Namesh was talking about, is this how to tackle generative AI, etc. One way is people end up doing is this whole process of textual analysis, looking at, and putting narratives, transcribing them into structured format. There's some good application of AI on that. I think I am not certainly clear how to make it in a very nice way, but there are research around like how oral democracies work, right? How discussions in Gram Sabha, etc., can be better structured in from a gendered lens, from a social group lens, to create very targetable outcomes. Previously, it was hard to form very cogent narratives out of those, and then gave it back, because and often an issue in development practice research often starts in miscommunication. Like I do not communicate well with the respondent, and the communication doesn't send back. So a necessary teaching under that is also to tell your respondent that how to articulate his or her problem better, right? I think if I do like standard textual analysis, structure it, and then I get a better idea, and then I can not only teach that sort of this thing, and it would again feel left. So generative AI is one way of looking at it, is that. So these are some of the methods that I can see that what I think what is necessary at the nature of time, and we can take forward to build upon a course like this. And we need to be very cognizant on also, like we have a diversity of this, and what's the utility at the end of the day, like where people are going to end up. Do all of them end up working for civil society organizations? Do all of them, and some of them end up doing different kinds of jobs? So some sort of balances given the utility angle, and designing methods as that. Maybe at the basic level that Professor Sinha was talking about in the morning should be a good methodological intervention. That's what I try to fix.
Thank you so much, Somendra. Apologies for messing up with your name. Since you called me Nimesh, so we are even now. But on a serious note, I think this idea of methodological pluralism is something which is the core component of what we think how a program should go on. And you highlighted this aspect of process analysis, which is something that even Professor Deepa Shina mentioned in the previous session as well. And I think that is absolutely something we keep on seeing, how students keep on running behind this create this charm of like learning skills like R or Python or Stata without even understanding the basics of statistics or why it is even done. So I think this aspect is very important to kind of make sense of why we are kind of emphasizing on particular aspects of certain methods as such. And finally, I invite Professor Emma Sharan to basically, if you can just talk about for a few minutes about your opinion about this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for inviting me, Divya and Professor Dipanshu Mohan and everyone else here. It's really nice to be part of a discussion like this. It's also really nice to go last because you have the advantage of having a lot of your points being covered by someone else, so you can really keep this short. Also, you get to learn from everyone else. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and respond to Divya's prompts by kind of giving you first a guiding principle of how I'm thinking about it and some suggestions. So in terms of curriculum for a course like this, I think I agree with a lot of what came before, which is that this has to be a practice-heavy curriculum in some sense, right? So classrooms can teach theory, but practice kind of most skills that I have learned come from doing things. So whether it's project management, writing, field work, coding, all of this as an economist are important, and all of this kind of came from actually doing it. I don't think my bachelor's or my master's degrees actually played a big role in it. So what I was thinking of was that in your second year, and this goes back to what Professor Thakur was saying right at the beginning, there has to be some framework that allows students to spend the bulk of their second year kind of trying to work on a thesis that is practice heavy. So one idea here is that you kind of have a thesis committee with a few professors involved who kind of engage with students to get them to think about what they want to work on and where they want to be embedded. So it could be an NGO, it could be a government organization, some research organization, maybe even a professor in a university. But the idea here is to go back to Shomandro's question, which is where do they want to end up and what do they want to do? And then you get the students to be embedded in this context. So they spend time in that context and they build an idea that they want to write a thesis on. And during this process, the committee kind of puts the students with one advisor who they interact with regularly. At some point, once this engagement could go on for a few months ends, the student is expected to come up with a project report or a thesis, which is assessed by the committee member, one of the committee members who are part of the original thesis committee members, an advisor who they were assigned to, and some external person. So this gives you some kind of a framework where you actually end up doing things in the time that you're spending there. So that was broadly what I was thinking. In terms of balancing qualitative and quantitative method, I think Shamandro did a fantastic job at kind of saying a lot of the things that I wanted to say. I think my very broad general principle on thinking of qual versus quant is that quantitative methods are good for making kind of broad general claims about the state of the world. But if you want kind of particular claims about what exactly is going on in specific geographies or among specific types of people, you really need good qualitative work, that kind of. And so these two methods actually are not necessarily conflicting with each other. They have to be in constant dialogue with each other. So if you want to understand why something is happening, what are the distributional consequences of a policy, in terms of, what happened to, so let's say there's a cash transfer program, what's going on to women in Sitamarhi, you probably need qual work to get to understanding what's going on there, right? Also, I think what is crucial and not really thought of much is understanding anomalies in the quant data. So if you have a lot of quant data, but there are some anomalies, or there are some very high performing villages, you want to understand what's going on. I think qual work does a great job of kind of getting you to think about some of these things, right? Of course, this is a very positivist approach to development, but I'm just trying to give you a sense of what I think are broad guiding principles we could use. So now with these principles in mind, what are the ideas that we can come up in terms of guiding how we should think about curriculum and pedagogy? So one idea was that can we think of a course that is kind of co-taught by both people who are by two professors. One is a qual person and a quant person. So simultaneously teaching the same course. And so they are kind of in dialogue and students get a sense of, what these two very different types of approaches bring to the table. And then you could even insist that the thesis that the students kind of end up writing in the second year should have a mix of these two methods. And again, this is partly because both these methods, there's no hierarchy, at least in my head and most of our heads. I don't think we think one is better than the other, and we have to impress this upon the student that these are just very different but kind of intermixable ways of understanding what's happening in development and the practice of development. I think broadly quant skills are kind of valuable on the market. I think other people have mentioned this. And so I think that any pedagogy should involve some training in what are the marketable quant skills. And we'll come to that in the next slide, actually. I have a next set of points. So in terms of what are the specific methods that students should be and should end up learning to kind of do in this development practice course, again, the guiding principle I used here was when I work with, say, students or research associates, what am I looking for? Um, and I have five broad buckets. So the first is writing. I think that it's super important to kind of when people do field work, it's very important to keep good field notes, to think through what you're doing, and this goes back to the point of reflective thinking that has come back. Professor Thakur said it, Shomindra said it too, and I think one way of doing reflection, of practicing reflection, is to constantly write about the world that you're engaging with, right? And so that I think is something that you can teach, or at least you can insist on during the course of this program. The other thing was, of course, again, it's come up earlier. I think Professor Arora mentioned this about management. So project management, budget, operations. These are crucial things that we train people who work with us, but this can be something that courses can train. And I haven't seen many programs that do this. The third thing I was thinking of is we'll start with basic statistical understanding. So this goes back to what Shomendra was saying. You need to just understand means, the basic things, like you look at data, what does that data say, and how do you think about that data? You don't have to do any complicated stuff, just kind of figuring out broadly what patterns you're seeing in the data. And then after that, the more marketable skill here is the causal inference methods, which are, again, I don't think they're very complicated. And, broadly, every Indian who has passed class 12 can do an engineering degree. I think causal inference methods are like that. It's reasonably easy to both train and to get people to understand. And actually, the one point, I think Professor Arora mentioned this, that, and Shomindra also did, which is that there's lots of data exhaust that exists in the governments, right? So if you work with government departments, there are like huge amounts of data that they're generating that nobody's even looking at. And if you get people to be trained to just look at the patterns in this data and then work and embed themselves with governments, there could actually be a lot of very productive work that can come out of all of this. And I think that these are things that you can train your students on doing. Then there was a prompt on the role of AI and machine learning. I think that information, I think Viju Rao has this very nice line. He says information need not only come in numbers, it can also come in words. And what's really nice about this line is that with modern, machine learning and AI techniques, you can actually take words and then process them. So you can kind of marry the qualitative methods of getting people to talk about their lives and then convert them into more quantitative structures. So it kind of really marries it. And Vijura has some nice work in Malaysia where he talks to a bunch of people, asking them about their notions of well-being, and then slowly begins to code it first by hand using qualitative methods and then scaling up that code using quantitative methods. So this is a nice way of marrying the two, and AI kind of plays a role in terms of topic modeling and natural language processing, right? So all of these things are being made possible now. I recently was at the ISI Econ conference, and Sam Asher and his co-authors are doing some work on the role of culture, where they take the work of anthropologists from the 1980s who hand-coded Jati practices across 800 dimensions or something like that for 4,000 Jatis in India. And they're taking that data, which is kind of really carefully collected anthropological data, and then converting it into a deeper quantitative understanding of culture, right? So, and these are things that you can do now because you have the ability to marry qual and quant, and you can also process data at a very high level. So, broadly speaking, what I'm trying to get at here is that we need to have a course that emphasizes practice, that marries qual and quant, that gives the students some skills that are marketable. And in terms of ethical considerations, I think everybody has said it better than me, so I'm not going to spend time on this. But I thought the one guiding principle I have is that we have to teach students to be aware of power and take it seriously, And this is powered both between the practitioner and their subject, but also in terms of mediating conflicting claims across subjects, right? You need to think about what is the power dynamic at play, or what is the underlying power structures, and that can again be taught and used pretty well in practice. So I'm going to stop there, and I'm happy to take questions. Again, thanks so much for inviting me. And yeah.
Thank you so much, Professor Sharan. I think again, this idea of having this constant dialogue between qual and quant is something which seems to be like the important aspect, and we would be trying to kind of implement this as much as possible in the program. And I think the way you kind of summarize this idea of bringing now the marketable skills into 5 core aspects is, I think, definitely something we will keep a note of in terms of as we are designing the programs. In the interest of time, I know Dipanshu has been staring at me that we should be finishing this at 1. So if you could just have a quick round of questions and we can summarize them together and have answers.
Just using the privilege of being next to the mic, just 2 quick queries, one to Professor Santelli. So this is coming from being familiar with an institution space which both had social work and development studies program, and witnessing a evident hierarchy between the social work and development studies program with respect to uh, the student composition and what is more theoretical and like practical and everything. So I'm very curious on how a very practice oriented program with students from a very disprivileged background, which is like really commendable in a neoliberal university space, is fanning out with respect to the aspirations of students also, because we talked quite a bit about like what are the students expecting out of the program. So just want to learn from your experience, because the program is already rolling there. Professor Emerson, a very brief question on like um, uh, very insightful with respect to communications, also closely thinking with respect to how the pedagogy will be. I was also thinking how to also think about communications without the digital, because I think there is a human energy to come together, to be in collective, be run campaigns and like having those literature festivals or like science slams, etc. So if you're looking at our learners to also orient towards like a non-digital aspect of communication also, how would that look like from your very rich experience, if you could comment on that? I think we can take more questions for the.
So I wanted to like ask about using documentary or visual ethnography in such kind of a courses, because like nowadays as a skill also, like how we can incorporate that like from the participative perspective also, like how we can engage, teach them, and also how they can go to the field and include the people themselves. And nowadays, like as we are seeing that on Instagram everywhere, like even the news, that it's theory is boring, history is boring, everything is boring, but then when they watch these videos, it impacts them more. So how can we incorporate it as a methodological tool? Okay, so because these were the debate which were happening when I was doing my MA in sociology, but slowly I'm seeing that visual ethnography has backseated in many of the disciplines. So now also like people are talking about it, but still how we can incorporate.
Uh, Hello. So thank you very much for this insightful discussion. So for me, when I think of a course in development or anything related to that, what I carry from my master's days is not really the theories or the terms, but whether or not that course has inspired me in terms of my thinking and how I'm carrying forward. Then I'll go back when required, and this has a lot to do with the course assessment structures, right? Evaluation patterns, and even when it comes to thesis, for instance, right? Master's thesis is very difficult because faculty don't have time. They can't give time, and individually, then you don't know what to write. And now with ChatGPT, you will write something and submit. And now, as a faculty, grading that is so painful. You know what has gone into it. So I feel like I feel we need to really spend so much time in getting those incentives right, and to inspire. Like assessment should be inspirational, is my opinion. How can we do that for such practice courses? And taking one thought from our previous panel discussions on interdisciplinarity, um, everybody mentioned that it should be problem centric rather than discipline centric or something. You have a collective problem. So this is just a thought rather than a question on this regard, that maybe if the thesis is collaborative thesis, right? Like you have some verticals, maybe like health, agriculture, or whatever those issues that are identified, and then they all work together in teams on one thesis, like producing together. Because I feel for practitioners, you should also learn how to work in teams, how to discuss, and without that I don't know how they'll take it forward. So just
I had a question on skepticism about data itself. Like if we ask the question, is poverty in India increased or not? It looks like with each iteration, the government's own data, consumption patterns, and without census data, there's always this question, we are not sure. And there is a huge skepticism about data. So how would you, have that engagement with students in that?
I see Professor Venu. I think she has something to ask, or if you can also answer some of the questions that have been raised, I think we can start with that itself.
Thank you. Just two or three things that were coming to my mind. One is I just want to place before us, I think it was raised earlier, but I want us to be cognizant of the fact that research often becomes, and especially in the development frame, becomes extractive. So I think we have to, when we design our curriculum, to ensure that methodologically we are pushing our students to be cognizant of what are they giving, because there is also, if you go to communities and especially for field work, communities are not interested anymore for you to come in and try and ask them questions and just take away the, people have become quite sensitive to this, and especially if you're working with indigenous communities or or doing or with women, there is a lot of resistance if you are not coming with something to offer. So I think that collaborative spirit has to permeate all that we do in terms of our methodological approaches. The second thing I wanted to just put forward, we were just talking about visual ethnography, I think it's a good idea to also, a lot of the work that I'm currently doing is with digital media and information literacy. And I'm saying if there is a collaborative approach, then you are participatorily creating material or in knowledge with the communities you're working with, and talking in terms of the field work and the extended field work that we are thinking about our students doing. And that could be something that we could think through that involves both digital, and some of that could also involve the non-digital practices of communicating with each other, with the outside world, etc. Yeah, and the last thing I wanted to, say was Sharon was talking earlier about, having this extended field work and, having students work with, and I think Ms. Santali also talked about it earlier. Just want to speak a little bit about our experience with the IUIF fellowship that we host at IdeoSync. So we collaborate with maybe 10, 12 organizations where the fellows go and spend time. Now, the problem that happens is when the organizations have not been part of developing the curriculum, then they just ask these fellows, or the students may be asked to do something that is not related or not feeding in directly with what the students are wanting to work on. And so that creates a lot of tension and doesn't fulfill the students' aspirations. So particularly, I feel that if we think of this extended practice-based engagement with civil society or even with state actors, it'll be important for us to bring them in for a collaborative meeting to say, okay, our students will then come to you, and this is the kind of engagement. So, to structure that engagement so that our students don't feel frustrated, because within organizations there is work and there's loads of work, and that may not contribute to the students' aspiration of what they are wanting to do there. Those were the 3 points I want to make. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Arora. Sharon, if you could bring in your voices.
I was just going to say one point on the question of data and data quality and how much data can we trust in terms of censuses or all of this, right? And I think it's a very important question and it's something that we need to think about. But even something like that can be part of the course in terms of, like I was saying earlier, there's all this government data exhaust that exists. Not all of it is trustworthy, but you can train students to start thinking about how do you kind of pick out the signal from the noise in that data, right? These are things that are again not very hard to teach, and can be part of any course curriculum that one can think of. And again, these are all very key questions for practice. If you were just somebody working as an economist or working as a consultant, maybe these are questions that you don't care about as deeply. But in terms of practice, you really care about whether this data that the government is producing is actually trustworthy. How do you kind of pick the signal from it, and how do you use it in ways that people can actually design policy around it? And all of this can be taught. That's all I have to say on that. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon. Maybe we can take over Professor Sandali, if you could.
So just a little bit of more information about the program. I'm responding to your question about aspirations of students. So it's a largely funded program. The university is not funding. We have raised our own funds. So, it's 12 lakhs for the entire MA program. And sometimes students are able to pay 5,000, 20,000 maximum, 25 to 30,000 for the entire duration of the MA program. So in that sense, it's a attempt to create a space for this kind of a work in a largely neoliberal university. What the university is providing us is just the space, actually. And of course, they are conferring the degree. This question of aspiration is something that is very alive in our own discussions. Um, the students that we get, most of them have been nominated by our civil society organization partners. So they are young people who are working in NGOs across the country. The leaders of the organizations want a second line leadership, to kind of come forward. So they are being sent for this program to get, more competencies. And the hope is that they'll go back to become the leaders of rural India in that sense. But it's also possible that they don't want to go back, and there are different kinds of aspirations, and it's fine, because that's something which obviously we cannot control. So in due time, I think we'll also get a more a better sense of where the students really want to go and what is the kind of profile. So for instance, our first batch was entirely coming from the kind of civil society networks that we have. So it's very likely that most of them will go back. But eventually, students in the second batch, for instance, are more regular students. So we hope that they'll go back to work in some of these areas from their own villages. There are many students who are stepping out of their village for the first time. So there is a hope, and we are working with that hope that they will become change makers in their own contexts, or even if they want to go elsewhere, they'll largely work in the rural context. But that is something that's the assumption we are working with. We are yet to see what is going to happen. The second question, I just wanted to respond to the assessment issue, because it's quite critical. And the assessment being structure, being inspirational, how can we do that? I think that the project report or the thesis can be, of course, a collaboration in the sense of more than one student working together thematically, but also collaborative in the sense that the faculty, supervisor, agency, organization, contact person, and the student working closely together on. So that is also possible in terms, if we are thinking of it in a collaborative sense. Because, we also feel that it's important. How much of that is always possible, we don't know. But academic institutions, especially who are located and doing this kind of a work, also probably need to engage more with civil society organizations to build their own capacities for research, etc. So this is also an opportunity to, strengthen some of those, civil society organizations are always looking for inputs on research, on documentation, and the kind of methodologies that is being we are all so familiar with. There's a huge gap. If you go the maximum, sometimes, some of these organizations, Chhattisgarh, I recently went, know about is how to create a problem tree, not more than that. So then how do we, build their capacities? Because that is one of the ways, concrete ways in which you can bridge this gap between the expert and the non-expert, right? I mean, only talking about it in a particular way, how do we actually operationalize that? And um, assessment also of the theoretical courses that we are doing, right? How do we, like, do we ask them to only respond, response paper kind of a particular typical format, or do we ask them to relate concepts with their own lives and ask more questions? Finally, what I want to say is that probably if we think of the course as producing or creating or imparting skills of analysis and skills of interventions, I think I just want to go, skirt around the whole issue of theory right now. I want to say that we want to give skills of analysis to students and skills of intervention. And I'm looking at theories as being part of that skills of analysis. If they are able to analyze a problem well, I think the whole purpose of your theoretical courses are served. So skills of analysis and skills of intervention, which will happen in the field and through other kinds of practice-based courses that you will also impart in the classroom. So that's what I.
Thank you so much, Professor Sandari. Professor Ramakrishnan, if you could just give your 2 cents about the use of navigating through generative AI, also from based on your work with Professor Naresh as well.
A bit. Let me first respond. I think my colleague, Professor Venu Arora, has already responded to this idea of digital ethnography a little bit. But I can talk about one of the ways in which we have experimented with gathering that kind of output, data, reflection from the community, which is essentially to teach community members skills around using tools like audio and video on locally available instruments like mobile phones, for example. Doesn't matter if it's a feature phone, doesn't matter if it's a smartphone, whatever is available, and leave the community members to actually reflect on what they want to prioritize, what they want to say, how they want to say it, in what form they want to present it. So beyond the basic instruction of how to use these tools, one doesn't go beyond that in terms of prioritizing what they should say, or even discussing what one wants to say, and then watching what emerges. I think that is very instructive in terms of understanding what the community is really thinking about, what the community members want to prioritize in terms of things they want to talk about. And that is a far more useful data set, so to speak, for one to examine what development in that community should mean, or the community wants. So teaching those skills to the community members rather than to a group of interventional researchers who go there and collect the data is half the problem solved to be. And the second part is to respond to Gayatri's question about communicating without the digital. Oh, absolutely. I mean, most of what one would deal with when emphasizing communication for social change is to use the horses for courses principle, which is whatever suits the context. The digital doesn't work and shouldn't work in a context which is resource poor from the digital point of view. Professor was telling me that he's from Kalahandi. There are many communities in Odisha where I worked with where, the most essential basic digital tools or connectivity to the internet is not available. For me to start imposing, some kind of digital ethnography tool, or even to teach anything in terms of digital, there is like a pointless exercise. There are plenty of interventions which one has done where, due to an absence of basic electrical connections, due to an absence of basic literacy, an absence of basic everything, one has resorted to the simplest tools available. Flip charts with a recorded soundtrack playing off a battery operated recorder, all that. So it really depends on what the specific context of the intervention is dealing with, and to find the communication approaches that respond to that best in terms of both the research aspects of it, as well as in terms of any communication that's actually engaging with community members. So totally, I think you have to cover the whole lot of it within a course, explore all the potential opportunities and methodologies of communication, and especially to be able to critically analyze what is appropriate. Because, just as an example to conclude, I engaged with an international development organization with offices in India, where they met me at a meeting and they said, "Oh, you make films, so can we make a film for these communities?" And my first question to them was, "Where are you going to show it?" And they said, "They'll show it in our drop-in centers." I said, "Does it have electricity?" They said, "No." So I said, then what are you going to do? They said, we'll buy generators. So I said, okay, so, okay, you buy generators. What are you going to show it on? Does it have a television or something? They said, no, we'll buy television. So this is like the tail wagging the dog. You have decided the medium and then you're making all kinds of weird provisions to fit that purpose. That's insane. I mean, in my book, it's certifiably insane to work with development like that. You deal with what is there and leverage it best. You don't invent the wheel in order for you to make a cart there, right? So that's really the philosophy that should permeate this course as well.
And Shamindra, if you could just talk about the skepticism of
Yeah.
data.
So three questions I would just give short reflection. The first one is digital ethnography. I think, yeah, I mean, I forgot to mention it, but it's actually very important component of any mixed methods course. I looked at Professor Sanjay Srivastava, who teaches anthropology at SWAS. He has this excellent YouTube documentary called Survey Wali. Survey Wali, huh? Survey City, yeah, sorry. It talks about the entire history through which a process of enumeration takes place. That links to your question of politics of data actually, because the life of data comes through the process of information channels. And information channels are actually really varied, starting from structured government data sets to how politicians go and collect data. So good data analytics course, if it wants to teach data, should start from that inquiry, and digital ethnography like this should be part of that. So it's fascinating to be something like that. Coming to the politics of data, it's an important, very important point, because that tells you that how much churning data can generate. And I refuse to believe that it's only quantitative, because there are many unsolicited qualitative research that's around, but that's a separate debate. Rukmini S.'s book, Whole Numbers Half Truth, talks about it. But if you read the book, that main thing that comes out again, the same thing, like statistical informations are not just numbers, they're entities that come through very man-made processes. So again, when we're thinking of a data analytics course, we should start very first thing to talking about data architecture, information channels, etc. And going back to Sharan's point that we need to teach how these things vary. Exemplifying, I'm thinking, for example, so see, employment informations in India, for example, there are two ways they're primarily counted, right? You go to a household and ask how many people are working, what kind of work they're doing. The other way is you go to a factory, farm, enterprise, something like that, and ask how many workers are there, right? So numbers coming from these things, which Kranti is working on, ASUS and stuff, numbers coming from these two needs to be compared. That what's the shortfall between a household level interpretation of employment and a enterprise level, and these things needs to be taught at that level. And short evaluations needs to be done just to teach that students should generate ideas. That how this is my professor Partho, he used to always say that when you go, don't find just where the error is coming from, also try to look at the source of the error, because this kind of exercises helps us to do that. So I think this is a very good point that you raised, and this should be integrated. The third one is on Professor Venu said that the communities are not they're sensitive about talking, and this is a very important point we should discuss. I think for this, I think we need to create a pipeline through working with them. Since we're already will be working with CSOs, organizations will be working with communities. We should use that pipeline. Some sort of a, I don't say cost benefit, it sounds bad, but like if we provide some sort of trust relationship, we provide them with skills, students with skills that can go and feed to there, and then they take us to that would bridge the gap across that. Other way we tried to do this kind of stuff and is like through observatories, right? Data observatories is one way. Like in cities there are there are say slums are there, informal settlements are there, and they have day-to-day problems. One set of, so if I want to map all basic infrastructure of a slum, I can just go and quantitatively map them. But also there are interesting microgeographical dynamics. Private tanker getting water into a slum has some fixed point, but that point can also vary depending upon the power dynamics within the slum, right? So this is a good way to mingle that
needs something like called observatories, and participants on the other hand should be taken into to do that. Now I don't have a good answer what I need to convince them to do that. We need to put something on their plate that, well, if you do that, we'll generate a channel with government at some level that will ensure daily trucks come to your this thing, private tankers. That's a far-fetched process. We cannot start fast doing that, but this is also a gradual process we should look to build throughout all of this.
Thank you so much, Ramindra. I think this is the time to wrap up this panel. Thank you so much for taking your time to be a part of this discussion and with a thorough engagement. Before we head for lunch, we just wanted to show the recording that has been shared by Dr. Toby Green, and then we will. Yeah.
Sharon has left, so okay, we'll need to get in touch with Sharon separately. I was about to say that we should host him when he's coming next to India, and probably ask him to organize a workshop with the students, so Divya and others can follow. I know we are just waiting in for lunch, but Professor Green had very kindly given time for us to interact with him. He's a historian at King's, someone who's been working in different parts of Africa in his work. So please, we could. Chalu kar dijiye.
Good, excellent. Okay.
Okay, recording is also started, so I'm also turning off my camera. You can just go ahead, Professor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. And hello, everybody. It's really nice. Thank you very much for this invitation to participate in your curriculum development workshop. I really feel it a privilege, and I'm very grateful to Professor Mohan for facilitating this opportunity, and for Drs. Ganguly and Gupta for participating as well with me in facilitating this. So thank you. I'm going to talk today around the question of positivism and how positivism has influenced the practice of development, theories around development, and what the consequences of those are. Of that is, sorry. And this is really, for me, a very fundamental question, because what is positivism? So we'll talk about its origins as an approach in the social sciences, very fundamental to the discipline of sociology, which of course is really quite a foundational discipline in some ways for what has become since development practice, and what the consequences of a positivist approach have been in the field of development. And as you'll see, my sort of suggestions are that to develop a theory and a praxis of development studies which is suited for the 21st century, we need to rethink the role of positivism and where that leads us. And I hope you'll be interested. In some ways, it's a bit of a provocation, because in a way it's very contrary to frameworks which are seen almost as norms. But I've often thought that actually the things that we take as normative are the things that we should interrogate the most and question in ourselves, in our practice. So that's where this is coming from. So I hope you will find it an interesting, thought-provoking piece to work with in your development of your curriculum. So I'm going to talk now about the origins of positivism. Where did it come from? So it came out of French social sciences. The French thinker Auguste Comte developed the concept of positivism in the first half of the 19th century. And Comte was one of the founders of the field of sociology, and sociology therefore was very much connected as a discipline to a positivist approach. And so positivism effectively contends that social frameworks and measures can be found through an empirical observation of the world, and it's, in a sense, what we would call today its datification or its representation in fields of data as it might have been seen in the 19th century. So it was very much part of the ideological shift which was taking place in the 19th century in the era of high imperialism, let's call it, in Europe, towards measurement. Now, as I think everybody who's attending this workshop knows, measurement was fundamental to frameworks of empire, through questions of cartography, and of course through the accumulation of data, which was very related to questions of taxation, and the frameworks with which imperial states were born. And so this kind of data-driven view, this positivist view of accumulation of data and material, was actually part of a broader ideological shift, I would say, that was taking place in 19th century Europe and the way in which that was manifested in European empires. So there's a recent book which was published in an English translation by the French historian of science, Jean-Baptiste Frézeau. And its English translation is there you see Happy Apocalypse, A History of Technological Risk. And what Frézeau shows us in this book is the process which saw this take shape, that technological innovations of the 19th century, so he goes through a number of them, for example, vaccination, electric lighting. There are a number which he looks at, and really how this was seen, each of these innovations was a challenge to pre-existing frameworks, and was seen as a framework of risk. And he examines how institutions arose in his focus is France in the 19th century, and how institutions arose to manage both real risks, but also importantly perceptions of risk, and how this became at the heart of government, in fact, in the 19th century, at the era of the formation of the modern nation state in Europe. And how, so what this shows is how a positivist approach of locating, measuring information from the real world, datafied, then can become a tool of government. And that clearly may have relevance to what I'm going to say now. So what are the ideological underpinnings and legacies that this positivist approach has? It resides in this idea of data and quantification and measurement. Now, from data and quantification, it's a short step to the framework that we occupy today of modeling, modelings of probability. From past data, we can assess likelihoods of future outcomes, we can quantify them, and we can estimate probability. And in fact, it's that modality of probability which also is related to scientific shifts in the early 20th century from Newtonian physics, which is not so much linked to questions of probability but is linked to questions of matter, to the frameworks of quantum mechanics, which eventually emerge out of Einsteinian views. And quantum mechanics is very much linked to questions of probabilization and how that can be modeled and measured. And that, of course, has become very important in a whole range of fields. Models, we will often hear mention of models, economic models. During the COVID pandemic, we had a lot of questions about epidemiological models. And so this is clearly a very fundamental ideological transformation and shift which is taking place in the 19th century, in the early 20th century. And what is part of that is a kind of ideological validation of measurement in itself as a guide to policy and also to risks which policymakers need to assess. And of course, that also provides a lot of validation to those who are doing the measuring. A convenient outcome, you might say. So it's kind of self-justifying, replicating model. And this is at the origin of what we might call a data-driven policy framework, which has emerged ever since in the 20th century and across the world. As we know, data kind of justifies decisions. It also enables decisions. And it creates a mechanism through which governments and their representatives can refer to outcomes, refer to decisions that were taken, and provide kind of justification and answerability to those processes. So it provides a mechanism for this positivist approach, provides a mechanism for apparently creating a kind of hermetic framework of justification and of imputing decisions which governments will then enact. So this is very fundamental. This is what we can call a framework for spreadsheet capitalism. It is governance by data. And this is, of course, for some of us, I think, who are participating in the workshop, and for me, certainly, this is rather ironic because, of course, one of the first things we learn as social scientists is to be wary of data, to understand the subjectivity of data and its inaccuracies. But yet we have to understand that data and the kind of imputed objectivity to that data is what has framed and justified frameworks of governance, and it comes out of this positivist approach, which, as we all know, can sometimes show us that X is actually Y, and that always will show that, however, X has been a success. So fast forwarding to our times, what does that mean? What are the consequences of this approach, this datafication to what I've called spreadsheet capitalism, which for me is quite a good definition of neoliberal government? And I've brought up a book here by the anthropologist and political scientist Ruben Anderson, who's at Oxford, and David Keane, who's at LSE, Reconomics, which came out last year. It was published by Oxford University Press. Why it's time to end the war on everything. And in this book, they look in quite a lot of detail at important questions around what I've called spreadsheet capitalism. So let's take as an example their chapter they have in this book on the war in Afghanistan. So the war in Afghanistan is really a very good example of this. So we have the American invasion in 2001 after 9/11. We have the deposition of the Taliban. We have the inauguration of transitional governments. Huge amounts of money poured in, military personnel, massive amounts of armaments and hardware of all kinds. Vast sums of money spent in Afghanistan. And as we all know, shortly after Joe Biden became president of the United States, 4 years ago now, the Americans withdrew from Afghanistan because the entire project had failed. And in far from promoting peace and promoting any kind of a democratic governance, this entire project of delivery of outcomes on spreadsheets with figures and data had failed. Now, how can that be? So in this book, they have this wonderful chapter which basically says, well, of course, when we consider how societies and institutions operate, we understand it better. I mean, obviously, they say, if you've just finished your tour of duty of Afghanistan and you're a senior American military officer, you're not going to come back and say, it was a disaster. None of our targets are met. You'll turn to a spreadsheet. You'll show that, what you had to deliver was delivered, the resources were put in their appropriate place, everything's going well. In fact, it's collapsing in failure. Same can be said of the COVID pandemic, which is something that I've worked a lot on and worked quite closely with Professor Mohan on, and the disaster of the models which took shape there. We had all these models telling us that we had to take certain policies, that they would provide good outcomes in the end. And as is widely known, the models were flawed in a number of ways. And what actually happened was the destruction of large swathes of society and of human well-being through policies which were supposed, according to models and data and all of these charts, to protect us. In sum, any number of projects, and in development, this is very important, statistics emerge which can make anything look good on paper. And that comes effectively out of this positivistic approach to knowledge, information, and its representation to decision makers. And that's the key step. Decision makers obviously want to want to justify their decisions and want to show that they've done something positive. Positivism helps in that. So my contention here today is that really we need to rethink positivism and its relationship to development and development practice. First of all, data. So why did these models that I've just talked about, in COVID, for example, COVID is a very good example of this. Why did those models fail? Well, one of the main reasons they failed is that data, of course, really fails in its approach to informal sector activity, because by definition, informal sector activity is not necessarily entirely measured, not fully accounted for, not fully incorporated into models. And in fact, of course, data-driven concepts and frameworks can't capture what isn't measured. And in fact, there is a core ideological reason and purpose for this, as I discussed before, which relates to the validation of the measurement and of those doing the measuring. What this means in low and middle income countries, I think, is that policies are necessarily geared to economic elites whose outputs and wealth can be measured. There's an excellent book, which I put here on the side, which relates to this in the African context by the economist Morten Jerven, Poor Numbers, How We Are Misled by African Development Statistics and What to Do About It, which goes into much more detail about the way in which statistics systematically undercount development figures in African context because of the question of informality, and how this creates utterly lopsided models and frameworks. And what this really means is that actually this framework of data-driven development policy is geared towards funders, data models, the way in which that can then provide answerability to more senior figures and funders. And in fact, it will simply reproduce frameworks of inequality as is so starkly represented in this relationship between formality and informality. So how might staff at OP Jindal rethink your curricula in relation to questions of development and informality? I think I'm just going to pick out three things here. I'm sure you'll have much, richer discussions and ideas than I can come up with here. And I hope mainly this will be a kind of, as I said at the start, a kind of provocation to generate some of that discussion. But clearly, I would argue we need to focus on the qualitative and not the quantitative, and on informality, which means recognizing that it precisely escapes this positivist approach, this question of measurement. We need to return, I think, to social science 101, I put it here, understanding what one of the first things we're supposed to learn, which is that data is partial, incomplete, and is going to generate inaccurate models. Are we seeking to produce models in order to satisfy higher ups, or are we seeking to develop policies which will meet a need, a human need? And that's a question which we have to ask. And I think also we have to move away from AI-driven models of governance and power, because fundamentally anything which emerges out of that framework is only going to reproduce and intensify existing paradigms, particularly coming from the data-driven context which generates AI in the first place, and the inequalities which are embedded into that data-driven context. So all in all, I hope this presentation has, as I said, stimulated thought on the ideological background to data-driven models of policy and development practice, and what some of the consequences of that can be, and why that is a problem in thinking about development and in development policy and practice. And I hope you have a good discussion. I'm going to stop sharing, and thank you.
Thank
No, so Professor Green would be visiting us on campus to do a master class around development and informality. That's why he's left it at that point, just to work out the dates. But I'm hoping for him to do that very soon. We could just maybe start with having Professor Namesh as moderator, being felicitated. Please come. And no, why should you be the last? Come. We'll do a group photo. Come quickly. All right. So this is your calendar, sir, is left. So Professor Ramakrishnan, please.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much. We've started the recording, have we? Yes. Thank you so much for staying after lunch for the third panel discussion of the day. And my colleague Shriti will introduce the panel, and then I'll briefly go over the profiles of each of our panelists, and then we'll take it forward from there.
Uh, Hello, everyone. Welcome back. This is our third and last panel of the day. This is on fieldwork, navigations, challenges, and ethical questions. As someone who teaches a course on fieldwork in liberal arts and humanities, and always, grappling with a lot of ethical questions and discomfort, and I call myself a very reluctant field worker because when we enter the field, especially as students and teachers from a very elite university, keeping in mind the political economy of the development in this area, and we go to the surrounding villages, I think a lot of discomfort and hesitation. We enter the field with a lot of hesitation and discomfort. So this is what I had in mind, these nagging concerns, when I was asked to write the fieldwork component of this course, and which finally kind of went into the brochure. So this panel is actually going to kind of reflect on some of these larger questions and concerns, and what we should be kind of preparing our students for when we tell them that, we're going to take you to the field. And we have a very good combination of very seasoned practitioners, scholars, to help us reflect on these questions. Over to Divya, who will introduce the panelists.
Okay. We are really honored to have such a rich set of panelists here. So I'll take a moment to introduce each one of our panelists. We have Dr. Sunil Kaul with us. He is the founder trustee of the organization called the ANT, the Action Northeast Trust. It's an NGO based in Assam and works directly for village development in Chirang district of Bodoland. They're also engaging with other NGOs to grow the voluntary sector in the Northeast region. Dr. Kaul is a public health doctor who has consulted to the Indian government with over 25 years of experience with development in the Northeast area. Welcome, Dr. Kaul. Thank you so much. We have Ms. Neetu Sharma with us here. She is the director of the urban programs at Navjyoti India Foundation in Delhi. Her expertise lies in the building and developing strong teams for effective management of projects, especially in the areas of child education, skill upgradation, and community development. Welcome, Ms. Sharma. We have Professor Bhuvnesh Raman with us. She is a professor at the Jindal School of Government and Public Policy at JGU. She's also the assistant director for the Center for the Study of Urban Transformation. Her research interests are in the areas of transformation of urban land, urban politics, economic geography governance, gender, and urban poverty. Welcome, Professor Raman. We have Professor Manika Bora with us. She is an assistant professor at Jindal Global Law School at JGU. Her primary areas of interest lie at the intersections of social identity, especially gender and caste, education and inequality. She has extensive experience in research and teaching with public policy and social science institutions. Welcome, Professor Bora. We have Professor Anurup Chaudhary with us. He is a professor and also dean at Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability at JGU. As an environmental scientist, Professor Anurup has explored various biodiversity conservation sites such as Kutch Bioreserve, Biosphere Reserve in Gujarat, Sundarban Biosphere Reserve in West Bengal, river systems, Subar, Rekha and Damodar, and mining regions, Sukinda, Chromite Mine, and Jharia coal fields. He is actively involved in mangrove restoration and alternate life initiatives in Indian Sundarbans. Welcome, Professor Abhi. Thank you so much. So the way we have thought of the structure for the panel discussion to be that we'll give you hand over to the panel. They may share their initial opening reflections on the theme and a set of questions that we had initially shared with you, just your opening remarks for about 10 minutes, and then we can have open the floor for a larger discussion amongst all of us. We can start with you, Ms. Nisha.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Divya. Yeah, so when I was, I received this invitation and I was just thinking as to what should be the address with, because, being a practitioner in the development sector for over 25 years now, what is it that is important for the students, for the learners who enroll in the course to have when they come in the course? We've had panel discussions before and everybody was talking about the application part of it, the data part of it, the skills, the assessments. I thought I would talk about the perspective and the mindset. I would just begin with my own story and something about the organization that I work with. So when I joined my master's in social work almost about 25 to 26 years back, and the first day when I entered in the college, in the campus, the seniors had written on the floor, "Welcome to the grassroots." Now, that was the first thing which helped us to set up the right perspective of what are we going to do in the course. For life, we would remain the grassroots workers, irrespective of the designations that we would have, irrespective of the organizations that we would join, irrespective of the scale of work that we would get into. So the first perspective which I personally developed it, yes, when you join a course, when you join a field of practice, what is it that you are going to contribute? What is it that your identity would be? So I still, in irrespective of whether I'm the director of the foundation, whether I, look at different roles, I consider myself as a grassroots worker. And when Stuti talked about hesitation in entering in the field, that is precisely what was taught to us. That how do you remain a field worker for life, and what is the outcome that you are going to achieve by doing that field work. That is the perspective which I learned in my course in social work about 26 years back. So when we are talking about a course like development practice obviously talks about structural, systemic changes. It also talks about larger social issues, advocacy. But it is very, very important that the field work which we give, which we assign to the students, should help them develop that perspective, should help them develop that mindset. We had a discussion in the previous panel as to what these students' aspirations would be, irrespective of whether they're going to join the civil society or or government sector, or they're going to be academicians teaching other students. It is very important that they understand the application part of whatever concepts they would be learning in the theory. How do you They must be in the field work, given an opportunity to apply each and every concept. Whether I mean, the methods could be different. We talked about thesis, we talked about field projects, we talked about team. I mean, there could be multiple opportunities uh, in terms of the methods that we can use in giving them exposure of field work. But the field work should essentially focus on helping them apply the concepts which they are learning in the classroom in the field. Because unless they are able to do so, they will never be able to develop that perspective and mindset for the development sector. So this was something which came to my mind as my own experience of having studied in the relevant field and working in the field. Now, the organization where I come from, Navjyoti India Foundation, is essentially an organization which is a Delhi-based organization. It is about 40-year-old organization which was founded by Dr. Kiran Bedi. And we work in different areas of child education, skill development, community development projects across Delhi, NCR. So when students come to us for field work, whether it is, the students are coming from universities, the students are coming from schools, and they're also coming from different subjects. Now, there is a huge mismatch between the aspirations when they come to come for the field work and the requirements of the organization. Now, the organizations have a mindset, oh, interns aa gaye, oh, volunteers aa gaye, oh, apna kya kaam kara inse. That is the practical thing which every organization would have in mind. These are our additional hands which we are getting. And chalo ab inse research kara lo, ab inse kara lo, data collect kara lo. Aajkal NGOs, organizations are not very good in using IT. So chalo kuch communication ki stories karwa lo. So we have our own aspiration wish list from the interns and volunteers, irrespective of what background the intern or the volunteer is coming from. And the students are coming with their own mindset. They also have some kind of context. They also have some limitations in terms of the prior exposure. They may also be having some kind of inhibitions of being comfortable in the field. So how do you balance the wish list that the organization that would already have and the concepts that you're trying to teach to your students through that field work? Because irrespective of the scale of the organization, irrespective of the level of the organization, every organization would have their own aspirations to meet. And they would not be sitting waiting for the interns to come and mentor them in the aspects which the students would come up with. So how do you do that? So the field work must also address this, because that also, that also leads to some kind of either, frustration in students, unrest in students, or it does not really end up in meeting the outcome which the university or the college would have. So we must also align our field work very realistically and in a very right kind of consultation with the civil service, with the civil societies, as to how do we balance the requirements of the organization and the concepts which we're trying to teach to the students. It is very, very important to have that. Otherwise, it will not be a very practical kind of a field work, and the students would just end up doing it and ठीक है report बना दी submit कर दिया. There's no outcome. Some students who would be very conscientious would really go to the extent of relating the concepts, otherwise not. We also talked about, some of the questions which were given to me also had one aspect of assessments. Now, when we are talking about assessments, it is also important to have some kind of reflective assessments, some opportunities of reflection for the students. And the reflection could be not just about the areas the skills which they built, but also areas where how were they able to apply the concepts which they learned in the classroom in the field? And what challenges did they face in applying those concepts in the field? A lot of students are not even able to relate the field work with the concepts which they're learning. And the feedback which generally I take when student interns and volunteers come, they say that we're not able to understand, or there's a huge gap between what we're learning in the class and what is actually existing in the field. There's a huge gap. So which is okay. But as long as the students are able to identify that there are gaps, as long as the students are able to identify the theory talks about this, but the practical is, it is fine. Again, it could be subjective. Some students are able to apply, some students are not able to apply, which is fine. But it is more important for the student to understand this. So it is assessments also have to be around the students' reflection on the application of concepts in the field, because then only they will be able to have the right skills build over a period of time, and we are not waiting for the second year's thesis to have to be completed to kind of give them an exposure of what they're learning, because thesis would essentially probably test their research skills but not the application of the concepts which they're learning in the field. So I think these were few thoughts which were on the top of my mind. I thought it would be important to share the practical aspects of a course and the application of it. I would be happy to address any questions that you may have. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts. I think the key takeaways would be as while we are developing this curriculum, while we are developing this program, would be for us how we as an institution can structure the engagement of students with the CSOs to reduce the gap between the mismatch between students' expectations and the organization's expectations. This is also a point that were raised in one of the earlier panel discussions. Now over to you, Professor Abhirup.
Thank you, Divya and Sriti. I am primarily environmental scientist, and why fieldwork, this topic is really, I find it very interesting, is when I was doing my graduation and post-graduation environment, we have everything but field, because that's, I think, how education in India used to be. And what happened when I started working, in many of the time, the domains are cross-disciplinary and interdisciplinary. So I have worked with a lot of developmental experts who try to implement a lot of field project in Sundarban, and I myself has done something similar long back in 2012. So what happened, whatever we learned in the theories were totally different when it goes to the field, and we learned it the hard way when you are already in an employment, and that's not exactly how employment goes nowadays. During our time, I think our employers are really patient with us. We are expected to do mistakes and we can improve upon that. But now what I have find, particularly when I head my school, Jindal School of Environment and System Development, that employers need particular skill sets, and they need from the day one that the particular candidate is going to deliver something out of it. Now, when we have this kind of expectations, I think fieldwork play a very important role, because fieldwork, though its terms during my days, it is very synonymous to picnic that you generally go and enjoy with your friends and colleagues, and we really look forward to it. have some wonderful fieldwork during my graduation in Sikkim. And but later we get to know that fieldworks actually require lot of baseline studies. You need to know the culture. Every culture will be different. Their expectations will be different. And this is something in my school, I try to map it according to the learning outcomes and program outcomes. So what I generally do not advocate any sort of fieldwork in the first semester. I'm talking about the undergrad students here. Now, the learning outcomes of undergrad would be different than that of a postgrad, because in postgrad, we would be looking into hitting the lines of critical thinking and new knowledge, maybe, because ultimately, even my entire PhD is field based. So field can give you new knowledge, which is called PhD as well. So there is no upward limit how much a field work can generate knowledge, right? But in case of